Hi and welcome everyone. We just start now and see more people probably joining throughout the session. Welcome to our international symposium, The Future of Food, Global Perspectives on Sustainable and Resilient Food System Transformation. We are very happy to have all of you here with us today. The event is organized by the Center of International Health at LMU Munich and KLUG, the German Alliance on Climate Change and Health. My name is Nicola Arnold. I'm working as a project coordinator at KLUG in the field of nutrition and planetary health. Some words about KLUG. It is a network of individuals and organizations from the health sector whose mission is to raise awareness of health impacts of the climate change, implement adaptation and climate change mitigation measures in health sector, and support social ecological transformation. And I will be guiding you together with my colleague Sarah Scholze through the event today. So I invite you, Sarah, to introduce yourself.
Well, thank you, Nicola. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to see so many people being interested in our today's symposium. So as Nicola already mentioned, I'm Sarah. I'm currently a program coordinator here at the Center for International Health at the LMU University Hospital in Munich. And I'm primarily responsible for the coordination of our PhD program and the organization of our short courses, as the Center for International Health aim is to empower health professionals through capacity development in training and education, and here especially health professionals from low and middle income countries. And yeah, it is my own, let's say, passion for global nutrition topics and planetary health topics that actually drove me to initiate the Symposium series last year. So this is already our second event. And yeah, I was very excited that actually KLUG, so the German Alliance on Climate Change and Health, and here, of course, especially now Nicola, has partnered up with me for this year's event to organize it together. So thank you all for joining, and yeah, I hope you are sharing our excitement for the discussions ahead today. Over to you, Nicola.
Thank you, Sarah. I will just shortly present our agenda for today. I think we'll share our presentation so you can have a look. The symposium will consist of two parts. At first, we'll dive in with 3 keynote presentations that give insights on the current situation of our food system and how it can be made more resilient. And then in the second part of the seminar, we will have different best practice examples from the global north and south. Yeah, people present their work. Of course, we will have also some breaks in between. There will be a coffee break, a short coffee break in the morning, and then a long lunch break. And the event will be finished at 3 o'clock, 3 p.m. Central European Summer Time. So yeah, as Sarah said already, we are very excited and looking forward to the event today. We have very interesting international speakers. Thanks for everyone to join today. And now I'm handing over to Sarah, who's moderating the first session of the symposium today. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicola. All right, so maybe a bit background information why we actually were thinking of organizing this event. And I think, as you probably all know, the world is facing growing food insecurity. We have climate change. We have a decline in planetary health. We have biodiversity loss. We have also rapidly increasing rates of food-related diseases such as obesity and diabetes, for example. So I think these challenges are not actually new to us, right? We have been watching them for decades without actually really reacting to them. And I think that's only in the last couple of years that we have actually, started to openly discuss them. And what I even find more disturbing is the fact that that despite an ample food production, so we have enough food, right, to really nourish or feed the people, the world's population, we still have many people that go hungry due to an unequal distribution. So I think that our current food systems are really at the heart of many of our current global challenges. And in my opinion, what is completely misaligned is or are the objectives of the sustainable development goals that you probably all are aware of, which should actually be achieved by 2030, such as, for example, zero hunger. And these objectives are misaligned with our current status. So that's why today we actually want to take a look and a global perspective on the transformation that our food systems actually must undergo to promote a more sustainable and more healthy and equitable future for all. I think these discussions are like really important that we, keep discussing and keep this open dialogue, and also incorporate both the global the so-called global north and the global south. And now with no further ado, I would actually like to already welcome our first keynote speaker of today, and that is Charlotte Bunge. She is a PhD candidate in sustainable science at the Stockholm Resilience Center in Sweden, and she has a background in public health. Her research focuses on Nordic food systems transformation, and here particularly on novel food innovations that she might be able to share about more insights during our panel discussion later on. So I think now with her knowledge and with her experience, she will tell us a bit more about the current state of our food system and why it is actually, or why we are experiencing a global health emergency. So please join me in welcoming Charlotte as our first keynote speaker of today. And Charlotte, I hand over the microphone to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sarah, and also for the invitation, and for everybody of you who joined today. Very exciting event. I'm not sure if I can actually say so much more than you've been saying, Sarah, but I hope I can still provide some more detailed insights. Yes, as Sarah already introduced myself, my name is Charlotte Bunge. I'm a PhD candidate at the Stockholm Resilience Center, and I have a background in public health. And today I'll actually talk a bit about also like what kind of like took me also from like public health to sustainability science, and why I think like food systems are really on the heart of that, and connecting these two disciplines. And I will talk about today about like why we need to secure planetary health diets in the Anthropocene, and why we should view it as a global health emergency. And you've been hearing a bit about the term or the concept planetary health now already from Sarah also, but I would like to disentangle that a bit, because it kind of like it became more a prevalent concept in the past years, and it has been around also for a while, but it's still not completely clear what it is. To some people, it's still not completely clear what it is actually. So the premise of planetary health is that human well-being over the long term depends on the well-being of the Earth, including both its living and non-living systems. Planetary health is one of several competing narratives for how we should think about health in the 21st century. And some of you might have gone to medical school, or maybe not, or you're just like in a, maybe also like in a Western healthcare system, where you can really like see like how we are treating health actually, which is often kind of like viewed as like the absence of illness. And that is kind of like when we look at here, like the single person, like how our medical system is viewed, the absence of illness. And then public health comes in. Public health knows the correlations and the connections among people, and focusing on preventing diseases rather than focusing on the absence just of diseases. So the public health, or the definition according to the World Health Organization of public health, is also like not just the absence of illness, but also the status of mental and physical health. And then the idea of global health, it recognized the obstacles to to health, which differ among populations. So it really, really sheds a light on like socioeconomic indicators that are leading to the health status of individuals, but also societies. Really thinking you don't just get sick, it's particularly determinants that are leading to social determinants called like leading to societies getting are more opposed to get sick than others. And then One Health often gets like confused a bit with planetary health, and the difference is often not completely clear. But One Health is particularly often used to describe the increase of zoonotic diseases, because it kind of like connects the health of people with wild and domesticated animals and the natural living systems. And then planetary health goes one step further, recognizing the health of the planet as a system. And as such, planetary health is a solutions-oriented transdisciplinary field in social movement focused on analyzing and addressing the impacts of human disruptions to Earth's natural systems and human health and all life on Earth. Well, and as I said a bit in the beginning, I often get the question like, why did I move from public health or global health to sustainability science, and why I'm focusing on food systems now? And I think it's really like, first of all, public health and sustainability science are really so similar in their nature that they're really like interdisciplinary academic fields who have quite a systems perspective. And I think why we're also talking about planetary health diets is because food systems play such a central role in planetary health. And if we are like, I really like this figure from the so-called Eat Lancet report that I might talk also a bit like about more in detail later, to really show like how the food system is connecting the planetary boundaries with our health boundaries. So food systems are central to the concept of planetary health. And I like to take also a sentence by the Food and Agriculture Organization Director of Food Systems, Corinna Hawkes, who said that the food system is fundamentally interconnected. By acknowledging these interconnections when making decisions about food systems, we can start to address trade-offs between economy, health, and environment, and optimize gains for people and the planet. And that's also something I would like to talk about today, because I think planetary health as such provides really like an analytical framework, but also like a framework to think about like how we can change, how we can come up with change, which has like multiple benefits for different kind of fields. And I would like to go further with another, with further words by Corinna Hawkes, when she described why she really enjoys working as the director of the Food and Agriculture Organization and why she is still so positive. And there she says, the agri-food system to me is the solution to all the problems. If you have a problem, go to the agri-food system and you will find a solution. You'll find a solution to climate change, you'll find a solution to biodiversity loss, to malnutrition, to chronic diseases, to unsafe foods, to rural poverty, and lack of urban sustainability. But before we think about like also like how to change our food systems, and I mean, like Sarah has been really saying some introductory words that we are not there yet with sustainable food systems. But before we dive into that, I think it's also very interesting to think about what is actually a sustainable food system. Because I think sustainability often becomes a buzzword and is also often very like misunderstood as just like exclusively focusing on climate change, but it's so much more. So let's have a look what the Food and Agriculture Organization says about that. And they say that a sustainable food system is a food system that delivers food security and nutrition for all in such a way that the economic, social, and environmental basis to generate food security and nutrition for future generations are not compromised. And that means that it is profitable throughout economic sustainability, it has broad-based benefits for society, social sustainability, and it has a positive or neutral impact on the natural environment, so environmental sustainability. And I think these three dimensions of sustainability are often very, very important to keep in mind, to really think like across dimensions. But what does that mean then, like downscale to us as consumers and our role in the food systems? What is a sustainable diet? And that is a diet or dietary patterns that promote all dimensions of individuals' health and well-being, have low environmental pressure and impact, are accessible, affordable, safe and equitable, and are culturally acceptable. Well, wherever you are in the world, and if you're watching the news, you might know that we are not there. We are neither having sustainable diets, neither do we have sustainable food systems. So what is the state of current food systems? Spoiler alert, we are not there. But let's disentangle. Sustainable healthy diets are dietary patterns that promote all dimensions of individuals' health and well-being. This is already like a bit like an older figure from or based on data from 2017. And unfortunately, we know that the share of the population that is undernourished has drastically increased since then. But what you can just see here is like the share of the population that are undernourished compared to the share of adults that are obese. And why you might see here like kind of a trend of like people that are undernourished more prevalent in the global south, while share of adults that are obese is more prevalent in the global north. You might also see that this pattern is not completely true. And this is referred to as the reality, the double burden of malnutrition, because you can see particularly, for example, in African countries and Latin American countries, that there is quite like this, the coexistence of overnutrition alongside undernutrition. And these like double burden of malnutrition can occur at like all kinds of like populations, like on the country level, but also at the community level, households, and even an individual, meaning that a person can be overweight or obese, but also suffer from malnutrition. And as I said, these figures are unfortunately a bit outdated, because some of you might have read Hans Rosling, and if not, I can really recommend you reading him. He was a doctor and professor in global health at the Karolinska Institute in Stockholm, and he's been writing a lot of books looking at the global health data, and he was also very much interested in data visualizations, particularly because he wanted to be so positive about the world and educating people that while it is important to be also to be negative and to really view how the world is developing, to also acknowledge what we have achieved as humanity. And one of his main informations was always to think about like how we really decreased child undernutrition over the years. And I sometimes think when I look at these like figures and realize that we, for the first time since decades, are increasing again, seeing an increasing amount of people that are facing hunger and malnutrition. I'm often thinking he would be really devastated, and it's very devastating to see that we are backwards on eliminating hunger and malnutrition. And this is unfortunately also a trend that doesn't seem to stagnate. And there are, of course, many reasons that we can take for that. And if you follow the news, and so you might know about this already, everything. But what is often referred to, the reason for that, is the so-called the triple burden of climate shocks, violent conflicts, and the impacts of the pandemic in areas that are already food insecure. And I think what we've been seeing in the past years, the shocks from the pandemic, of course, but then also from Russia's invasion of the Ukraine, is to really, I think, really shifting from like not just thinking about sustainable food systems, but also resilient food systems, because it became so clear that our global food systems are so vulnerable to shocks. So just I quote a paper here that I can really recommend also to read about it from my colleague Sibel Kiros and colleagues, where they really looked at like what are the different impact factors that are like leading to increasing non-resilient food systems. And of course we can't talk about that without talking about also what I've been just naming, also the Russia's invasion of the Ukraine, which is also hardly criticized as a a war against humanity, because it further aggravated the global food crisis so immensely. And just as a reminder also that Ukraine has been like is the breadbasket and has been referred to as the breadbasket. And here you can see the graph. It's like Ukraine's share of global exports and rank in the world before the Russian invasion. It was like first ranking on the on the production of sunflower seed oil, and third on barley, fourth on maize, and fifth on wheat. So very important producing country. Yeah, but besides hunger and malnutrition or obesity, there are of course also other diseases that are correlating with how we consume food. And this is a figure from the Global Burden of Disease study, also from the year 2017, where they actually show the number of deaths that are attributable to dietary patterns, and also the mortality rate, which is attributable to dietary patterns. And in the study, they came up also with the number that in Europe, approximately 25% of the premature deaths are actually attributable to dietary risks. And what you can see on the top here of the graph is that particularly diets high in sodium are so much leading to disability adjusted life years, and also a high mortality rate. And I think this is something which is often under discussed and is not receiving enough awareness, because particularly, and maybe also like as a bit like a disclaimer, I'm talking mostly from a European and Western European perspective here. This is where I have most of my knowledge from, and I'm also really looking forward to different perspectives today. But so just to say, like, what I'm talking from is like really the Western European perspective. And here we just consume way too much sodium, which is a leading risk factor for cardiovascular diseases. And also diets low in whole grains. That means that we are consuming way too less fiber, for example, in Germany, but also in Sweden. And besides these dietary risks, there's also way more poor health outcomes coming from our food systems, which are also like communicable diseases such as zoonotic diseases, but also mental illness is correlated with our current food systems, physical injury, and of course also pesticide poisoning. And that goes back to that the farming, or like that there are so bad conditions, or like bad labor conditions in the agricultural sector that are leading to different like injuries and pesticide poisoning and so on. And of course also the use of a lot of like chemical hazards and so on. And then what we can directly trace back also the increasing antimicrobial resistance towards tracing it back to how food systems are operating. And just to zoom into one other health outcome of our current food systems, the emerging and increasing amount of zoonotic diseases. All of us know it. We are still, unfortunately, in the COVID-19 pandemic and having increasing cases. And I think really when the pandemic started, I was studying my last year of my master's in public health, and some of the public health professionals have been joking a bit also that it's just like a warning for humanity. We need to educate about, hey, take us serious. We've been talking about these risks for a while, and we just wanted to show it to you that it's like, you should take our warning signals seriously. This joke was then like taken back after some time when we realized like how big the impact was actually was. But just to say, like, zoonotic diseases really can be traced back to the way how we are producing our food, because they occur particularly through more and more deforestation, which is referred to land use change, or like in order to produce more food, we need more land. This is leading to deforestation, which means that we are like more and more moving towards the territories of wild animals. And zoonotic diseases are, of course, like coming from the wildlife particularly. And this is then, everything is connected, as you can see here also in the figure. So intensified livestock production is directly correlated to land use change. And then climate change is also, or land use change is impacting climate change. And so is climate change impacting land use change. And this is particularly because of unsustainable farming practices, increased demand for meat products, the climate crisis, and the exploitation of wildlife. But let's move forward. And this is directly connected to that also. Sustainable healthy diets are dietary patterns that have low environmental pressure and impact. I always like to use this figure because it really gives like a very good overview. And this figure, which is based on a big meta-analysis by Poor and Nemeczek, where you can see, or where they are stating that 26% of global greenhouse gas emissions are attributable to global food systems. And this number is actually being revised by the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, that they are saying, like, depending on kind of like what you're calculating in the impact or the greenhouse gas emissions coming from the food sector, actually 21 to 36% of global greenhouse gas emissions. And then we are using 50% of global habitable land is used for food production. We're using for food production 70% of global freshwater withdrawals, which gets now particularly more relevant as there's more and more discussions also on not just discussions, but also water scarcity is getting more prevalent, particularly in regions where food is produced. But then also because due to the high amount of fertilizer use in the agriculture sector, food systems are contributing to 78% of global ocean and freshwater pollution. And the biodiversity, I mean, Sarah has been saying that, of course, through also land use change and climate change, food systems are impacting biodiversity loss directly. But it's also just interesting to think of like that 94% of the global mammal biomass, excluding humans, is livestock. So just wild mammals are just making 6% of the mammal biomass, versus the livestock. So the animals we are raising for producing our food are actually making up 94% of global biomass. So there's often, of course, the discussion, where's all this like greenhouse gas emissions coming from and the food system sector. And here I'd like to show you this slide, which really shows, like, on the top you can see like the different kind of dimensions of the food system. So like on the farm level, so production level, the feed level, but the processing, transport, retail, and packaging. And then like further down you can see it's very disentangled where emissions are actually then, depending on the stage of the food systems, are coming from. And by showing this like really disentangled, very like separated emissions, is to also increase awareness about this. We are often having this discussion to say, like, particularly maybe also that's a German perspective, but it's more important to buy locally than to what you're eating. Always is like, isn't it better if I buy the meat from the farmer next door than if I import a soya burger, which is based on soy from other parts of the world. This is quite a big narrative in countries like in Germany or Sweden, but actually if we just look at it from a climate perspective, it doesn't hold true. And there are, of course, like different reasons why it's very good that you're purchasing products from your local farmers. You're supporting their livelihood. It's fresh and tasty. It's also it's often like really in season. So it's like there are many benefits to to purchase local products over importing food products. But if you just view it from a climate perspective, the transportation, retail, and packaging sector just contributes to 7% of greenhouse gas emissions coming from the food sector. And here you can also see then like it's varying from like food products, and you can obviously see that like beef has the highest, or like meat products have the highest greenhouse gas emissions, compared to then like on the lower end of this figure, like legumes and fruits and vegetables are having a very low climate impact. But I think also something which is really like going back to planetary health as a framework is like the way we produce and consume food is not only just like impacting climate change, but also climate change is then directly impacting our food systems. And this is through like increasing heat, which is then like leading to drought, but also to new pests and diseases, and so on, and soil degradation. So I'm coming towards the end, but like the last point was then really like sustainable healthy diets are dietary patterns that are accessible, affordable, safe, and equitable, and are culturally acceptable. This is a table I put out from the latest Food and Agriculture Organization report on state of food security and nutrition in the world 2023. And here you can see the proportion of the population unable to afford a healthy diet. And this is very unequal, as you might assume. So on average, 42% couldn't afford, 42% of the population were unable to afford a healthy diet, which was on the African continent on average 77.5%, versus like in Northern America and Europe, it was 1.4%. And the last point is sustainable healthy diets are dietary patterns that are safe and equitable. I don't think you can talk about current state of food systems and the need for food system transformations without having a gender perspective on it, because it really shows that hunger has a woman's face, and so has climate change. And gender, climate, and food are interconnected. This is because in 2/3 of the countries, women are more likely than men to report food insecurity. And while this is mostly prevalent in sub-Saharan African countries, this is also prevalent in countries like the UK, for example. And this is often because in crisis times, women are often the ones who eat the last. They reduce their food intake in order to nourish like the children and the elderly, and they deplete their savings to provide the others with food. This is then directly impacting women's health status, particularly, of course, pregnant women who are getting undernourished, which is like leading to increasing stillbirth risk, and so on, but also like really reducing the educational opportunities. And then on the other hand, it's also like 1/3 of employed women work in agriculture, which is excluding self-employed or unpaid family workers. I know, sorry, I'm soon finished. But also just like 30% of the women are landholders, which means that they are particularly involved in like hard work labor, which is again like very much impacting their health status. So let's think about now. I think all of you got a hopefully more detailed overview on why we should view our food systems as a global health emergency and why we need to change them. And I like to kind of like really end with like a sentence by Professor Johan Rockström, who is the leader of the Potsdam Institute of Climate Impact Research, who is saying, without a great food system transformation, the world will fail to deliver both on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement. And also UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres also said to start the Food System Summit as part of the Decade of Action to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, with saying transforming food systems is crucial for all the Sustainable Development Goals. A well-functioning food system can help prevent conflict, protect the environment, and provide health and livelihoods for all. Because after all, transforming food systems is one of the biggest levers to achieve a just, healthy, and equitable future for all. Therefore, let's treat secure and planetary health diets and Anthropocene as a global health emergency. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte, for shedding the light on the complexity and the challenges of our current food system. I think it's really crucial for us all to kind of, know what is our current state of the food system, to then also know where do we need to shift towards. And I think it's also important to see that our current food system is quite vulnerable, as was shown by, for example, the COVID pandemic or the war in the Ukraine. So yeah, thank you very much for shedding the light on the complexity and also the interconnectedness, right? That is really important. I would think, given the time, I would directly move to our second keynote speaker, and then we are keeping the questions for our panel discussion afterwards. Thank you, Charlotte. All right, then I would like to introduce to you all our second keynote speaker for today, which is Shalmali Guttal. And she has a rich academic background in which are rooted in the social science. And her work has focused on participatory education and qualitative research in support of resource rights of frontline communities. I think her dedication already spans over like 3 decades, during which she has really intensively researched and authored numerous studies concerning economic and social development, trade and investment, ecological and social justice issues in Asia. And here, I think she was particularly focusing on the Mekong region and India. She's the executive director of Focus on the Global South in Bangkok, and she is an associated researcher at CETRI. And all her contributions have been pivotal in addressing issues such as community resource rights, women's rights, food sovereignty, agrarian reform, and democratization of governance. She has, throughout her career, she has worked in solidarity with grassroots movements, with unions and activists, on the creation and the governance of natural, social, and knowledge commons. And today, Shalmali is also here in her role as a member of the International Panel of Experts on Sustainable Food Systems. And she will provide us with some insights into how actually our food systems, or our current food systems, are deepening today's debt crisis. So please welcome with me Shalmali Guttal, and I hand over the microphone to you.
Thank you very much. And can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
All right. Well, thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. I'm honored to be here. And I'm very glad that I am speaking after Charlotte, because I think quite a number of points that I will make dovetail very well into her presentation. Now, I'm here today to present to you the key salient points from IPES Food's recent report, which is breaking the cycle of unsustainable food systems, hunger, and debt. Over the past decade, the world has faced accelerating climate change, increasing hunger and malnutrition, and heightened economic instability by poorly regulated finance capital. And of course, as many people know, the COVID-19 pandemic brought the global economy to a standstill. And in both low and middle income countries, the pandemic also revealed systemic vulnerabilities that are created by economic policies that have prioritized the private sector and market expansion over publicly provided essential goods and services. And if we look at the economy in the world today, by all accounts, we're in the midst of a sovereign debt crisis. So the action required today must come on an unprecedented scale, and it needs to address the structural drivers of debt, which are having a profound impact in the world's poorest countries. But we are also in the midst of this debt crisis in a situation today where countries are having to choose between ensuring that people are healthy, and repaying debts. Now, these are not separate phenomena. They're often overlooked and the complex interlinkages between the problems of debt on one hand and unsustainable, inequitable food systems on the other hand. They tend to be addressed in silos. But what's really important is to understand how these twin crises build off each other and feed one another. Today's global food systems are a key contributor to macroeconomic imbalances and to unsustainable debt in low-income countries. So if we look at what happened in 2022, there was soaring costs of food imports, and that showed the linkages of food. When countries had to repay debts and at the same time save their hard currency for important food, where would they put the money? What choices would they make? So what we explore in our paper is how unsustainable food systems and unsustainable debt reinforce one another through a variety of forms and mechanisms. And the result of this is a vicious cycle that's rising hunger and poverty for the lowest countries. And, we outline, we urge in our report, and IPES food urges decision makers to act urgently on the debt crisis before it's too late. But what we are calling for is both comprehensive debt action, relief, as well as food systems transformation. So the next slide, please. So as already noted, the world is on the brink of a devastating debt crisis. So we see, following a decade of steadily rising debt levels, public finances in low-income countries have been strained by the COVID-19 pandemic and the economic disruptions ensuing from the war in Ukraine. But record high sovereign debt loads are driving countries to divert financing away from investing in crucial goods and services, and instead towards servicing external debt. And we're seeing the growing numbers of countries are now facing rising hunger and soaring debt repayments. So food prices are still historically high, and global hunger levels are still on the rise. Global public debt is at its highest levels in almost 60 years. And with debt servicing for the least developed countries, the LDCs, which exceeds social spending by 125% in this year. 60% of low-income countries, even if they're not LDC, are now considered high risk of or already in debt distress. And 21 countries are nearing catastrophic levels of both debt distress and food insecurity. And of these 21 countries, 16 are least developed countries. Next, please. Next slide, please. So if we look at this graph, you see that debt loads and debt repayments have steadily increased over the past decade. So this graph shows the percentage of low-income countries in or near debt distress. Since 2013, the number of countries in or near debt distress has almost tripled. Next slide. Now here we are showing you a map with debt hunger crisis in
Shalmali?
Yes?
Sorry, can I just quickly interrupt you? I think there is a problem with the sound because I can't really hear you clearly.
Okay, I'm taking off my headphones. Is that better now?
Yes, way better. Yeah,
Excellent.
thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. Yeah. So I was just naming the 16 LDCs that were nearing the catastrophic levels of debt distress and food insecurity. I won't go through the names again. You can see them in the report. Next slide, please. Now, what is different today compared to, say, debt distress in the past? Because debt and sovereign and external and domestic debt are not new issues, no? So one is, we say that the COVID-19 pandemic and the economic disruptions ensuing from Russia's invasion of Ukraine, these include, of course, high import costs of food, fertilizer and energy. Charlotte already pointed out how Ukraine has been the basket of food for much of the world. And now we're seeing rapidly rising interest rates and depreciating currencies, which are hitting the most vulnerable countries the hardest. And also they risk plunging millions of people into further hunger and poverty. US Federal Reserve rates have risen from 0.08% to 5.5% in the period just from February 2022 to now. Over a third of developing countries have seen their currencies depreciate by more than 10% against the dollar. the world's poorest countries have seen the costs of debt servicing increase by 35% in 2022. And creditors have also changed considerably over the past 2 decades. In 2022, the poorer countries paid 47% of external debt repayments to private lenders, not to bilateral lenders. 12% went to China, 14% to other governments. The remaining 27% of debt repayments went to multilateral institutions like the IMF. Private creditors tend to charge higher rates in terms of interest. And also, what's important is that domestic debt has risen very sharply. And because of its higher interest rates, domestic debt servicing is higher often than external debt servicing. And this is especially true in 90% of the least developed countries. Now, debt servicing costs are projected to rise further this year and the next. And I won't go into examples here, but the financial and economic crises, for example, in Sri Lanka and Pakistan, and their social and political consequences have been widely reported by the press. But of course, what doesn't get adequate international attention are the links between domestic and external debts and their implications on people, especially working classes, small-scale food producers, urban and rural poor, and among these, on women and children. Next slide, please. Now, in the next slide, let me start talking about food systems, which is a key overlooked factor. Now, the debt burden accrued by low-income countries is typically blamed on economic mismanagement, corruption, and external shocks, the COVID-19 pandemic, the 2022 food price crisis. But these factors don't tell the whole story. Historically and today, persistently high debt in the world's poorest countries is in large part, in large part, it's a result of the global economic system, which is designed to suit the interests of powerful governments and creditors in the global north. Debt relief is urgently needed, but it's not enough. What is often overlooked is the critical role of unsustainable and inequitable food systems in driving rising debt and hunger, and also the ways in which debt fuels both hunger and unsustainable food systems. And it's important to note that these linkages have very long histories. In the 1980s, the global debt crisis, was a moment when many of these linkages became solidified. There were structural adjustment policies, SAPs as we call them, that many of you probably know about, that accompanied debt restructuring. And at that time, these SAPs set out conditionalities, policy conditionalities that had and continue to have material implications for food systems and for food security. Now, for example, most of the structural adjustment policy SAPs, they demanded that indebted countries cut back on public spending, which includes health, education, public distribution systems, food, social protection, and of course, food security programs. The devaluation of currencies, SAPs encouraged export crop production to earn foreign exchange to repay debts. So agriculture in the developing countries was seen as the engine of growth. Liberalized trade policies, which were reinforced with the WTO, the World Trade Organization framework on agriculture, and the Agreement on Agriculture since the establishment of the World Trade Organization in 1995. Now, the WTO opened the door to more contemporary bilateral, regional, and mega trade investment agreements, and these continue to exacerbate the extraction of wealth and resources by corporations and wealthy nations from low and middle income countries. And again, agriculture and food systems are at the heart of this resource extraction. And there is a very large body of evidence that shows that structural adjustment programs have undermined developing countries' capacities to meet domestic food needs and made them dependent on food imports. And this has particularly had implications for small-scale food producers, displacing traditional and local diets, and putting people, especially the vulnerable and the poor and the working classes, at the mercy of ultra-processed, globalized food diets. And a review by UNCTAD found that structural adjustment-based strategies have generally failed to make the poorest countries competitive, and it has led, in many cases, to deindustrialization. Now, as we outline, dynamics, stemming from these conditionalities during the last major debt crisis, they fueled these complex linkages between debt, unsustainable food systems, and hunger that persist today, leaving countries critically exposed to shocks and undermining their ability to invest in sustainable, climate resilient food production and food security. And Charlotte also talked about food climate resilience, and it would be very important in the discussion to discuss what really does climate resilience mean when we're talking about sustainability. No? Next, please. Next slide. So if we look at unsustainable food systems and unsustainable debt, we believe that breaking the cycle of unsustainable food systems, hunger, and debt is vital, and to comprehensively address this crisis. So we identify in our report 4 ways in which these food systems and today's debt crises are deeply intertwined. And these are visualized here. These are import dependencies, extractive financial flows, boom-bust commodity cycles, and climate vulnerable food systems, all of which combine to destabilize the finances of the world's low-income, poorest, and even middle-income countries. Now, let me just say a few things about each one of these drivers. Next slide, please. So let's talk about import dependencies and dollar dependencies. Now, developing countries need foreign currency reserves to import food and other essential goods, as well as to service debts. Now, all of which are typically denominated in hard currencies, and most often the US dollar. So growing and exporting cash crops and other agricultural commodities is one of the limited options that low-income countries have for earning this foreign currency reserves. But import dependency and dollar dependency come with very high risks. In the face of a global economic downturn, wealthy countries have raised interest rates, which we have seen. Higher interest rates have then increased the value of debt subject to the, debt is usually subject to variable interest rates, but now all of them have gone up. And also, this has led to the depreciation and devaluation of currencies of developing countries against the US dollar. Again, all dollar-denominated debts have now become much more costly to service. And if we look at today's food import dependencies, again, these are a legacy of increasingly specialized, concentrated industrial commodity chains and the agricultural development pathways that were prescribed for low-income countries through structural adjustment policies and subsequently, the central point of these strategies was to focus on export crop production over food production, crowding out local foods, local diets, and indigenous food crops. And also, again, the lifting of tariffs in developing countries so that wealthy countries could get market access in developing countries. At the same time, rich industrialized countries continue to subsidize their own staple grains. So many developing countries, especially in sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Asia, have been experiencing import surges of sort of cheap grains coming from the global north that have undercut local food producers. Now, these countries have also become heavily reliant on imports of fertilizers and other inputs. So what's our result now? 77 developing countries are now net food importers. They don't need to be. They have the biodiversity, they have the land, they have the resources and the labor to produce their own food and be self-reliant. But because of debt restructuring and the structural adjustment programs that went with them, they are now net food importers. And Africa's food import dependency has tripled in the recent decades. So what happens in such a situation is the countries are more vulnerable and exposed to food price high spikes, like what happened in 2022. And this requires them to earn more dollars then via export crops to keep importing staple foods and other essentials. So, and this becomes a vicious cycle. And as prices spiked in 2022, we see that countries in sub-Saharan Africa spent an additional $4.8 billion on food imports. But at the same time, they were receiving less food overall. Next slide, please. So the next driver I'd like to talk about is extractive financial flows. And over decades, we've seen, because of the conditionalities of the SAPs from the 1980s, governments and in low-income and middle-income countries have cut social spending and outsourced food system investment to corporate actors and creditors. This has happened through privatization, public-private partnerships, and foreign investment. Many of these involve land conversions and transfers of fertile agricultural land and wastelands and common lands to large investors. Countries have also turned to new sources of finance, including foreign direct investment to drive export growth in agri-food and other sectors, again, to help pay off debts. Now, Initial policy reforms through structural adjustment policies failed to deliver the desired results. So public resources were perpetually strained in low-income countries. And because of that, governments have increasingly turned to public-private partnerships, PPPs, to finance development projects and finance the agriculture sector. And agriculture-focused PPPs, public-private partnerships, have become particularly prominent in the wake of the 2007-2008 food crisis. And this has come along with and very often enmeshed with development aid. So a lot of development aid in the last 12, 15 years is tied aid coming with foreign direct investment from wealthy countries and the corporations of wealthy countries into low-income countries through the foreign direct investment and public-private partnerships. Now, what these vehicles have done, these financing vehicles, they've contributed to further eroding state functions of public protection and building up national food reserves, and also accountability mechanisms. And all of these are then undermining the public finances in the longer term. Now, if we look at the past decade again, there are a number of public-private partnerships and other kinds of foreign direct investment. One is, of course, a very famous one is AGRA, the Alliance for Green Revolution in Africa. Then there's the US government, Feed the Future initiative and so on. There are a number of these. There's also China's Belt and Road Initiative, but you can find these in the reports. I won't go into these details. But using these kinds of mechanisms to fund agriculture development is already risky. But in many cases, it also results in a huge outflow of resources from the global south to the global north through tax avoidance, private corporations taking profits and failed projects, and also capital flight because of, capital is going to wherever they're getting the maximum amount of benefit and interest. So in this context, we're seeing that governments in the global south have faced strained public finances and often cannot invest sufficiently in food systems, resilience, and transformation. So what's the result then? We're seeing uneven development, persistent hunger, and the depletion of state capacity, and ultimately funneling resources out of the global south. So move to the next slide, please, which is on boom and bust commodity cycles. Now, boom and bust commodity cycles are very common in agriculture due to a range of factors that affect the sector. We've had these massive booms in the 70s, followed by a bust in the 80s, boom in the 2000s, then again a bust in 2013-16. Now we are another boom and so on. And these boom and bust cycles in agriculture are a key element of today's unsustainable and inequitable global food systems. And they contribute to economic inequalities and the marginalization of small-scale food producers, and ultimately to unsustainable debt. What we've also seen is that corporate consolidation is enabled through these boom and bust cycles. And this shapes the entire political economy of food systems, and it reinforces the dominant industrial sort of food development model. And we see also that booms support large corporations because corporate actors benefit enormously because the demand for their products rise, fertilizers, seeds, other inputs, equipment, and so on. And also outputs such as grain and processed foods, all of them rise. So then we see huge windfall profits going to the big agribusiness corporations. At the same time, farmers, small-scale food producers, and low-income population, agricultural workers, and the working class, they don't benefit from these higher prices because the cost of their own inputs are also rising, and they need to borrow to meet costs, and they get into debt spirals themselves. So when these busts occur, food prices will fall, farmers and small food businesses will fail because of their debt loads, but of course, for the agribusiness corporations, they compensate for these falling profits through mergers and acquisitions. They push for consolidation. And I think it's the last 5-6 years, there's been so much news. I mean, there's been so much writing in the international news about agribusiness mergers and coalitions and consolidation of, 10 companies to 6 companies to 4 companies and so on. So, for the world's poorest communities, many of whom are net food buyers, and have little access to any public support, there is just absolutely no upside to global food volatility, of course, as opposed to these highly consolidated agribusiness giants. Next slide, please. I'm sorry, I'm rushing through. There's a lot of matter to go through here. The next one I'd like to talk about is the climate breakdown, which is a major driver of debt, poverty, and hunger in and of itself. And it's also clear that climate justice and debt justice have to be addressed hand in hand. Food systems are a key part of this nexus and a critical part of the solution in terms of building climate resilience and sustainable finances. Climate breakdown is fast becoming one of the biggest threats of economic collapse and debt distress in the South. It's decimating harvests, destroying livelihoods, and destroying livelihoods in countries that are least responsible for these crises. Now, in addition to devastating these immediate impacts on food security, climate change is also undermining the economic solvency of the worst affected regions. Those who have contributed least to the climate crisis are facing, again, the brunt. And I think this is also has been discussed internationally. I won't go into the details here, but we see that already the majority of the highly indebted countries are those that are facing severe climate vulnerability because of their particular locations, or their particular economic positions, whether they're least developed countries, they're landlocked, or small island developing states. Now, IPCC has estimated that climate change has reduced global agricultural productivity by 21%. And this impact, of course, is higher in Africa and Latin America. But again, due to extractive financial flows, it's been very hard for affected countries to invest in climate resilience. So especially when they're facing debt repayment. So again, the choice becomes, do you put your money into debt repayment? Do you put your money into climate resilience? Do you put your money into feeding your people or building public goods and services? And the scale of the challenge is increasing. African countries are expected to need to spend at least $1 trillion just to adapt to climate change. So moving forward now, next slide, please. What are the ways forward and recommendations that we are talking about now? We know that record high debt burdens are preventing urgently needed investments in sustainable, climate resilient food production and food security. And this is a vicious cycle which needs to be broken. Because unsustainable debt and unsustainable food systems are so closely connected, this means debt relief must go hand in hand with radically transforming food systems and building genuine climate resilience from the ground up to climate change and other shocks. The transition to agroecological food systems provides a long-term answer to reducing food and fertilizer import dependency, to reducing hunger, climate vulnerability, and to getting off this sort of debt treadmill. And failure to break this vicious cycle of unsustainable debt and unsustainable food systems will mean abject failure to meet all development goals, including the SDGs. So we have identified 3 main recommendations, drawing on historical and present-day efforts to radically rethink developing world debt and to redress global injustices, and focusing on how to address the structural drivers of debt in food systems. So why don't I go through all these? Let's go to the next slide. Let me go to the first recommendation. I go to slide 13. Our first recommendation is to provide debt relief and development finance on a scale sufficient to meet the needs of COVID-19 recovery, climate resilient food systems, and also to meet the challenges that have been put into place by the past several decades of multiple crises. Because, the conditions that these countries are facing didn't just happen out of the blue. There's a history there, as I already discussed a little bit in earlier slides. Urgent action is needed to provide wide-ranging debt relief and massive injections of new climate and development finance, ideally in the form of grants so that we can avoid further debt buildup. And both are absolutely pivotal to enable food system transformation. Now, mechanisms to suspend debt obligations in the face of shocks need to be urgently explored. Now, an automatic debt standstill is important in the face of external shocks and climate disasters, because if countries are stuck in this treadmill of constantly repaying debts, they're not going to be able to make the transformations that are needed to build resilience and to address hunger. And this has to be followed by comprehensive debt restructuring that involves both public and private lenders, And also it must be additional to disaster recovery funds. So right now there's a tendency of wealthy countries to lump all the so-called ODA, or their development assistance, into one package. But those one single packages don't actually do the job. So the challenges have to be broken up, and they need to, appropriate financing needs to be provided for all of them. We definitely need to rethink the parameters and the formal definitions of what is a sustainable debt in light of the vulnerabilities that so many countries are facing. It's so clear that debts in many countries are unsustainable in any meaningful sense, and they're handicapping both development prospects as well as the human rights, basic human rights of the populations. Realistic debt sustainability analysis needs to be undertaken, including assessments that take into account human rights impacts and development impacts. And these analyses must take into account the value of resource and wealth extraction that debt repayment and restructuring obligations often entail. Now, if we move further, we can see that critically, food systems and debt have become so entangled with one another in complex ways that have material consequences. So for people's access for food, for small-scale food producers' livelihoods to be able to be robust and help them get through these crises, countries' abilities to respond to food crises and to address climate change need to be shored up and supported. So any measures to address debt must take these linkages into account, and all the consequences for food systems of financing and debt repayments need to be taken into account so that we can avoid triggering new vicious debt cycles. In particular, we recommend funding for agroecology that must be scaled up. For countries in the South, agroecological food systems and food system transformation is critical to escape from the cycles of debt and hunger. And this could potentially unleash huge benefits, by shifting from input-intensive, export-oriented industrial agriculture to diversified agroecological systems. Low-income countries can actually cut food, fertilizer, and energy dependencies. And of course, there is the ability of agroecology to provide healthy food and deliver a pathway towards food sovereignty, sustainability, and resilience. And this has become increasingly clear during the COVID-19 years and in the face of climate shocks. It's also clear through evidence that's been gathered by social movements, by academics, by researchers, that there are many examples from around the world that show that major food system shifts are possible from industrial food to agroecological food production, that without compromising food security. And then these then have major socioeconomic benefits in terms of health, which Charlotte was also talking about. Next slide, please. Our second recommendation is that historical injustices that have left countries funneling their wealth to the global north, these historical injustices have to be repaired. We think it's critical to address the debt crisis in the broader context of global justice and equity, taking into account all financial flows between the global north and global south, and the historical injustices that have mired countries in these unfavorable economic conditions, particularly in extractive global food systems. Tax justice is a key piece of the puzzle. There have been windfall taxes introduced on energy firms in 2022, but there's an urgent need to expand this approach and implement windfall taxes on global grain traders and other agribusiness beneficiaries of these food price hikes. These agribusiness beneficiaries are those who have profited from hunger, and this is ethically, morally, and from a governance point of view, just simply wrong. And the returns from these taxes would then redistribute the benefits of financial benefits to food insecure communities globally. Also important to expand this discussion to other targets, such as enabling recoveries from tax havens, cracking down on food commodity speculation, and rethinking the logic of redistribution, because right now we're seeing a redistribution of wealth from the south to the north, and this needs to be turned on its head. This needs to be changed, and this is where how tax money, where revenues are parked, how revenues are made, how profits are made is critical. This could yield critical resources to also fund debt relief and support the transformation of low-income countries' food systems and economies. So, for example, just tax havens cost governments between, 500 to 600 billion US dollars a year. And this is that much money lost in taxation. And this money, if it's recovered, can be a very important source of redistribution and rebuilding resilient agroecological food systems and public services and goods. Now, there are currently demands being formulated for reparations to be paid to compensate historical injustices. For example, from the Caribbean, which include the slave trade, and from other developing countries on the expropriation of agricultural lands, the use of slave labor in the food system, and so on. So we should collectively explore food system-related debt reparations in the context of the debt crisis. And then there is the concept of the ecological debt, which indigenous peoples have been talking about for decades, which refers to the resources extracted from the global south to enrich wealthy countries. Now, ecological debt is strongly linked to the destruction of territories, bioregions, and biodiversity. And this destruction has often been driven by industrial agriculture and also large infrastructure projects. So, a sort of a fair share assessment of resource use from 1970 to 2017 by Jason Haeckel and colleagues showed that high-income nations bear overwhelming responsibility for the global ecological breakdown. And therefore, they owe an ecological debt to the rest of the world. High-income nations with 16% of the world populations are responsible for 74% of global excess material use. And this is driven primarily by the United States, USA, which has 27%, and the EU has 25%. So these concepts then are important for us to engage critically in the conversations to explore ways to return resources back to the global south, not as charity, but as a matter of justice and as reparations for injustices and crimes that have been perpetrated in the past. Extremely important here are debt audits and accountability mechanisms that can bring evidence of predatory lending and the legitimacy of particular debts, and also, of course, the responsibility of creditors and international institutions such as the IMF and the World Bank in creating debt traps. Now, the third recommendation, our final recommendation, is to democratize financial and food systems governance. We need, sorry, did I say we move to the next slide, the last, a multilateral, so this is to democratize financial and food systems governance. We need a multilateral sovereign debt restructuring framework under UN auspices. And this is needed to provide debt cancellation to all those countries in need, bring all the creditors together, private, public, multilateral, as well as provide democratic oversight and coordination. There is also an urgent need to reform the international financial institutions that hold multilateral debt and that that not hold, but that sort of govern repayments and debt restructuring, especially the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, the IMF. And this reform must put the interests of the world's poorest countries and marginalized populations first. And as the UN Secretary General himself has said, that we must place the dramatic needs of developing countries at the center of every decision and every mechanism of the global financial system. So this would include a critical review of lending protocols to developing countries, and it should break free from the harmful era of structural adjustment that was started in the 1980s, but also the continuing austerity frameworks that continue today, in contemporary debt restructuring. Now, of course, these reforms need to go hand in hand with changes in food system governance to ensure meaningful voice for the world's poorest countries and marginalized populations, and especially those who feed majority of the world, which includes small-scale food producers, food insecure communities, agricultural workers, indigenous peoples, among these women, migrant workers, youth. And it is these constituencies, these populations, who can define and should have a voice in shaping food systems of the future. So in conclusion, what I'd like to say is that we need to ensure that never again should countries have to choose between repaying debts and ensuring that people are free from hunger and that people are free from malnutrition. That simply should not be a choice. So our recommendations, we believe, can provide a basis for transformative action on debt and its root causes, and at the same time, help countries to reduce vulnerability and build more grounded, resilient, and sustainable food systems. So I thank you all, and I request you all to read our report, and please continue to engage with us in the IPES Food on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shalmali, for your insights. And yeah, like climate change and its impact on the food system and the biodiversity loss is often discussed. I'm not sure if it's just my personal ignorance, but I don't see that often the link between the economic burden and the link of the link between the economic burden and the food system made and openly discussed nowadays. So yeah, I truly appreciate your perspective on these aspects, and also for summarizing the suggestion that IPES came up with. Given the time, because we are already a bit over time, I would directly move forward to our third keynote speaker of today, that is Percival Agordoh. He is currently a vice president of the Ghana Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, and of course, in this role, he is kind of at the forefront of nutrition and dietetics in Ghana. And in addition to this leadership role, he is also a respected faculty member of the University of Health and Allied Science in Ho. And on top of both of these roles, he is actually also deepening his knowledge currently as a PhD student at the University of Ghana. And his research interest lies in sustainable food, indigenous nutrition, and implementation science of healthy aging. So I'm very much looking forward to your presentation now, Percival, and he will share with us why he actually believes that the food system needs to be changed, and how we can actually move forward towards more, reaching more sustainability. So Percival, the microphone is yours.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Sarah. Great. So thank you for the very kind words of introduction. I must say that it's always a good thing to be the last person to speak in such important fora, especially when you are speaking after Charlotte and Shalmali. And you will know that you come to appreciate that many of the things that I would have wished to say have been, and I'm proud to be associated with this event, and I'm happy for the invitation. Thank you very much, Sarah and the team. Like Sarah had indicated, I am a dietitian and nutritionist. I particular conflict of interest to declare, except to say that I am an executive of the Ghana Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, like Sarah indicated, but planetary health and things and conversations around that got heightened when I was invited to join the Africa community of Planet Health and Environment. And within a year of being a member, I was invited to join the global leadership. And so my bias for this conversation is actually influenced by these two affiliations. But then again, that is not a conflict. And everything I say is my personal opinion, and it's not connected to any of these organizations. But I want to also highlight that I believe that there's an urgent need to address the food system and to make sure that it's sustainable for all of us. And for that reason, I'm very open to conversations on collaborations that will last and that will stand the test of time and will inure to the benefit of everybody else and the planet as well. So for today's conversation, I'm going to try and do 4 things. Charlotte did a great job with the food systems overview, so I will just skim through that. Shalmali did a very excellent job with, in fact, it actually opened my mind to how deep financial debts can have even made this situation even worse. And I will try to highlight the role of traditional and indigenous food solutions to make these solutions possible and sustainable. And then I have some recommendations. So like previous speakers have said, essentially, we are only saying that the food system we have currently is broken. It's broken in many ways, in many fronts. And we all agree that this food system, which connects to how we produce food, how we distribute it, how we acquire it, and how we even consume it, all of these interconnected activities of the food system have issues, and they are increasing the green gas emissions and worsening the climate. And so we all know, and Charlotte did a great job with that, demonstrating to us how that is not too good and is bad. Now, so I'll not belabor the point. Now, the challenge we have globally is this, that there are about 9 billion people by the time we are hitting 2050. We expect to be hitting that month. We are currently around 7 billion people. We know that there is enough food to feed everybody, but we know that a third of the food we grow is wasted. And we know that between now and then, we are going to have at least 60% increase in the food we require to feed the world's population. And we also know for a fact that about a third of the world's population is involved in agriculture. And yet we are still having problems with feeding our people and feeding the people of the world. That is the challenge. And we have to balance this in a very unique way. And the question really is that are we really committed to this balancing act? We know we have to do it, but are we really committed to it? Now, COVID only makes this picture worse. What COVID did was to make us understand that the global systems are very much interconnected, and I agree with the earlier two speakers. Russia and Ukraine's war also exacerbated this as well and made us understand how we depend on each other, and how something as devastating as a war can affect the food distribution systems globally. So we know that our environment is not very safe. We know that malnutrition is rife, particularly in Sub-Saharan Africa, where we are now even going beyond the double burden to the triple burden of malnutrition. So we have obesity and overweight, we have underweight, stunting, and wasting. And then we're also looking at micronutrient deficiencies because we are not actually having the right mix of food to feed the people. Now, so here again, we know again that planetary health is very holistic. It refers to complex relationships, which Charlotte did a very good job to highlight to us. And we also are aware that if in the context of the food environment, planetary health does two things for us. It is very, very relevant because food is fundamental to our sustenance of health. And planetary health has implications for all of us, for ourselves, for the animals, and even for the planet. And that's because the way we produce, distribute, and consume the food that we eat are also, influence these dimensions of health very significantly. Now, so the climate biodiversity health nexus framework only goes to show how interconnected the issues are, even affecting our mental health and our physical health, and then also affecting the environment within which we live. So I won't believe at the point because it has been said strongly. Now, what are the problems with the food system? I will hope not to spend too much time on this, but we know, so there's food insecurity. Shalmali just indicated to us that the poor countries have to deal with malnutrition and still deal with debt, and the statistics suggest that 9% of the world population are undernourished. There is food waste. A third of the population, the food we grow each year is wasted. There is biodiversity loss. which is on a constant basis. So we are looking at 75% of the global food diversity being lost since the early 20th century, which is a very significant proportion. So as it stands now, we are constantly losing the biodiversity, food biodiversity. And yes, we are talking about them, but are we doing enough to preserve what is left of it? And we know that unsustainable farming practices are the thing of the world today. And most of it is associated with the use of fertilizers, for example, inorganic fertilizers on farms, and unsustainable farming practice, deforestation, and related poor practices like cattle ranching and all that. Now, again, we also know that resources across the world is not equitably distributed, and so we don't have equitable access to most of the world resources. And unfortunately, 10% of the global population, which is responsible for responsible for almost half of the lifestyle-related carbon emissions. Only 10%. While the poorest 50% contribute to just 10%. But then the people who are worst hit by the effects of this situation is not necessarily the 10% that is creating them. And so that inequity only creates problems for and exacerbates the issues that we are looking at. And we cannot run away from the fact that there is globalization of food trade. So we have food, and there is trade policies and trade treaties and trade agreements that actually make it even more complicated for the global South to evenly distribute what the little food that they're able to produce. And like Shalmali indicated, now the countries in the global South are unable to produce their own foods and to sustain their own food production because of a few of these, or a number of these trade policies that only hold them back and make it more complicated to achieve food sustainability. Now, I will not mention the health impact because we all know non-communicable diseases are also very, very high, and that is due to poor diets. Now, the elephant in the room, and I'm glad Shalmali hinted at this rather diplomatically, but we seem to have this conversation around what the real issues are, but we seem to be looking at it in without hitting the nail on the head, in my opinion. But we all know that we are where we are globally because of the globalized corporate food system, which prioritizes income over livelihood. And once we have that, and it's and has a tendency to ensure that, or to want to control or to have significant power over what is produced, what is distributed, and food prices and the cost of a healthy diet. So we are not going to be able to do much about the food system if we are not going to be looking at the effect of the globe of corporations largely in contributing to what we are looking at. So here we are looking at food that is ultra processed foods that is sponsored by the corporations. We're looking at simplified sugary foods, sugary drinks, confectionaries, all of these which are marketed and distributed with the sole intention to generate profits and income, and that to the detriment of what we will consider good food or healthy food options. And so that is where I have a concern. That's where my presentation comes in, or my viewpoint comes in. I am thinking that one of the less emphasized problems of the food system is the loss of traditional diets. So yes, we have a cooperative and an empire of corporations working hard to ensure that they are making profit constantly, and to ensure that people, the countries in the global South, are unable to meet up with their debt obligations and still have to struggle, like Shalmali said accurately, with ensuring food sustainability, food production in their homes. And at the heart of this conversation is a lot of traditional diets. And I like how the FAA puts it. The FAA says that the globalization of food systems has led to the decline of traditional diets. Losing their traditional diets, we're also losing culture that comes with identity of people. So across the world, in many countries now, of mentioning specific brand names, we know of the springing up of we call it the nutrition transition, but what we actually across African countries and sub-Saharan African countries, you are seeing the proliferation of fast food and franchises, all with the sole purpose of profit, which I've already highlighted. But the point I'm making here is that in the midst of that, we are losing what people call cultural foods. Cultural evidence suggests that traditional indigenous foods are sustainable. They have all the features of sustainable diets. They promote well-being. They encourage they encourage biodiversity. They protect the environment. They protect cultural heritage and skills. They are nutrient dense and they ensure food security, because they are available to people where they are and within the context of where they live, and they are equitably distributed and also very eco-friendly. So traditional foods, we know from the evidence that it is worth it to have and worth to use, but we don't seem to highlight it enough. And I am thinking that traditional foods, the question I asked, do these have a place in this conversation? And I think it's a strong yes. I think that yes, certainly traditional foods and indigenous foods have a place in the food systems conversation, and we need to look at them again. And I want to give a few reasons why. Number one, they are rich in biodiversity. They are locally sourced foods. People and they have a wide range of options to choose from, and people get to use them when they need them at the point of their need where they are, and they have low environmental impact. There is no, but they usually emphasize the use of minimal use of synthetic products, pesticides and fertilizers, which previous speakers have indicated is a key factor to how food is produced. And most of the time, most traditional communities emphasize the use of organic products, organic substances in food production, and that is what makes the meals sustainable. And in the midst, it also has an emphasis on sustainable management, land management, as opposed to the corporate mentality to producing foods elsewhere. Now, the traditional foods are locally adapted. They are adapted to the climate of the local environment, and that makes them very resilient to change. And to external inputs, and they also, in fact, there's a strong emphasis on minimizing waste. In most traditional communities and cultures, there's a deep-rooted respect for food and the fact that you don't waste food. In fact, as a young chap, one of the key lessons you learn here in Africa, in Ghana in particular, is that you only take what you need. You don't take more than what you need. So it is actually, there's that cultural socialization and upbringing that makes you understand that the food is not to be wasted. You only, anytime you take beyond what you are able to consume, there's that inherent guilt that your upbringing will trigger in your consciousness. But that is not the case for corporately minded food production. And so traditional foods help with that. Now, and because of the variety, there's a lot of nutritional value, and this is supported by research, by the way. And so typically they are rich sources of vitamins, minerals, healthy fats, carbohydrates, and proteins. And traditional foods are, again, culturally significant. So people get to have an identity with the foods that they eat, and they're able to relate with it because they have meaning and cultural value, significance to them. Now, and most traditional communities stress that they need to preserve the ecosystem. The ecosystem and the environment must be available so that you can go around and it can go around for everybody. So in Africa, in Ghana, for example, we don't go to the sea or to fish on specific days, depending on which culture you are in. I mean, there's a culture called the Gans, who are fishermen largely. The Tuesdays are clearly off fishing seasons. You don't go there to the sea on Tuesdays, allowing the sea time to recuperate from other days of fishing. Same for other sources of agriculture or food production. There are specific times reserved consciously to ensure that the ecosystems are regenerated. But of course, when you look at the other model, which is the corporate model, the industrialized model, it's about profits, it's about efficiency, and now we move from 95% confidence to 99% confidence to now 6 Sigma, almost no error in food production, in industrial production. That is driven by, again, profits mostly, rather than livelihood. And I already indicated that traditional foods are resilient. Now, so the crux of what I'm saying is this: traditional foods and indigenous foods are actually in harmony with nature. And the way to solve the issues of our food system is to use solutions that are in harmony with nature. And until we are doing that, we may be investing huge sums of money and creating more debt for countries and other people, but we may not really be solving the issues of our diets, of our food systems, because it has to be in consonance, in harmony with nature. Now, examples of some of the techniques and solutions that I'm suggested: test tube proteins or meats. Yes, it is true. We are producing foods to feed the people, but as long as nature is not the key consideration, we really may be creating real problems. And that is why I always love this story by John Lane, Timeless Simplicity. And the story basically says that an industrialist walks up to a fisherman who was lying by his boat and singing to himself and enjoying himself, taking the afternoon off, and asked him, "Why aren't you fishing?" And the fisherman said, "Because I've caught enough fish for the day." And then that's when I responded, "Why don't you catch some more?" And the fisherman responded, "What do I need? What would I do with them? What would I do with extra fish?" Then the fisherman responded, "You can earn more money, and then you can have a motor fixed to your boat so that you can go deeper into the water and catch more fish. And that will bring you more money to buy more nets. So you can catch more fish and get more money. Soon you will have enough money to buy 2 boats, even fleets of boats. Then you will be rich like me." And the fisherman simply asked, "What would I be doing then when I'm rich like you?" Then the industrialist responded, "Then you could sit back and enjoy life." The response is just hilarious. "What do you think I'm doing now?" That was the fisherman's response. "What do you think I'm doing now?" The fisherman had just caught enough for the day and was sitting back and enjoying life. Exactly so. Now, so we are in a conversation where the solutions that we are promoting, we are advocating for, we are looking about, is, as it were, in my opinion, a long route to get to the same end result. when traditional foods and indigenous foods or foods of indigenous communities have been doing that for decades, if not centuries. So my proposals, these are just 6 of many. We know that the traditional foods are helpful. We don't begrudge that. The evidence is clear on that. All we need to know is that we need to quickly ensure, and I propose to particular African governments to revive indigenous agriculture, as opposed to the fertilizer-based agriculture that we have, and then to ensure that local markets are available to promote the local foods. And we should promote traditional knowledge, traditional food knowledge to the people, and ensure that small-scale farmers are supported to do just that. And of course, for last and foremost, food sovereignty is very important in this conversation. You have to support the concept of food sovereignty to ensure that states own and control their own food systems and can provide foods that are culturally sensitive and available to their own people. On that note, I want to say thank you very much. Let's get back to nature and let's preserve the nature that we have, the foods that we have, and continue to promote that to ensure that we have a sustainable food system. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Percy, for doing a good job on pointing out again what are the problems with our current food system, and then also for showing us potential pathway to move forward to greater sustainability. And we are now excited to delve further into some of the topics that were already introduced this morning. I just wanted to mention again that we also actively decided against setting a common topic for the panel discussion, because we wanted to have an open dialogue and also actively involve our participants. So if you have any questions, please put them in the Q&A and we will also address them here in this panel now. I already saw that some of the speakers were already answering some of the questions that were in the Q&A, so thank you for that. And I would probably like to start with one question that is addressed to Percy, just because you were the last speaker and probably this your presentation is just fresh in mind. So I would like to know how you think we can best actually integrate indigenous knowledge and practices into the global efforts to change our food systems, into the transformation. So what would be your suggestion on how could we actually, do that?
All right, so thank you, Sarah. In my view, traditional foods are foods that belong to a people. So it's something that people relate with, people grow with, people are nurtured with. So if we have to add it into the global efforts, it have to be centered around the cultures of people. So consciously, we have to invest into allowing member states of the global community to encourage cultures within their jurisdictions to preserve these diets and to promote them, rather than have the top-down approach where you have the corporations and that's it, where the food. I'm trying not to sound very cynical here, but food enterprises determining what should go into the food and diet of persons. Food must come from the bottom up. Let people grow their own foods and give them the support necessary. And I think Shalmali will agree with me when I suggest that the support people really do need is the finances to ensure that they can prepare their own meals. And of course, I know there are technologies around GMOs and biotechnologically engineered foods. Many of these are science-based, which is, yes, may have some evidence, but we all also know that foods produced that way do not have viable seeds that you can replant for the next farming season. And so then you really cannot produce your own food. But if you encourage cultural foods that are grown organically, that way people begin to own their food production. And this about ownership to food. If you cannot own your food, and I believe that very strongly, countries and cultures must be encouraged to own their food and have a good repertoire of what their own food and seeds are, so, and then they can prepare them and cultivate them in a much sustainable way for the future. So I think that it's for us to invest into preserving the cultures of people around food production. Thank you.
Thank you, Percy. I saw Shalmali was nodding, so you agree to that, I assume. Yes. I was wondering, is indigenous knowledge or indigenous food also in alliance with, you know, the Eat Lancet Commission has published like the Planetary Health Diet. Is that in alliance with the Planetary Health Diet, do you think? Maybe Charlotte.
Could you maybe repeat the question? Because I think if I understand correctly, like how the indigenous is in line with the...
Exactly. I mean, the Eat Lancet Commission has published like the planetary health diet and what a healthy diet should look like. Do you think like this is in line with what Percy said of also incorporating indigenous knowledge, traditional foods, or is it a counter? You know, what is? You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. It's a really fantastic question, to be honest. I feel quite a bit uncomfortable, like answering that, to be honest, because I feel it's not really my expertise per se. But what I maybe can say is, like, I mean, what the Lancet Commission says, that we particularly here in the Western world, so to say, need to increase legume consumption immensely. And I think there's like a lot of indigenous communities like grow or like consume a wide variety of legumes and have also this like knowledge about the wide variety of legumes. So I think that really could go hand in hand there. But yeah. I mean, Shalmali or Percival, please jump in if you have a better answer to that.
For Charlotte, would you say that the planetary health diet is a framework that would fit, you know, to feed the population globally? And is it the way forward to move towards a more sustainable food system?
Okay, so I think the question is very loaded, and I think that we need to answer that very carefully. But bottom line for me is that this question brings up the story about the fisherman and the industrialist. So the fisherman was doing exactly what the industrialist was asking him to do after several years. And I think what the planetary health diet is doing is bringing us back to where the traditional diets, indigenous diets, have been for generations. So what are the key tenets of the planetary health diet? Plant-based foods. That has been with us for as long as I can remember. Diverse and balanced foods. That is what traditional foods are. They are diverse. In fact, they are so diverse, you can hardly have a book listing all the different traditional foods in the world. You may need different volumes of books for that, to achieve that, even for some cultures. Now, it encourages healthy fats. As far as I know, in my culture, healthy fats have been with us. In fact, what I do know is that in the last 20 or 30 years or so, I mean, we have tried to promote other fats above the traditional fats. And now we've come full circle, going back to the traditional fats and saying, oh, we were wrong. The science we used in the past is wrong. Come back to the ones that you used to take. And people are like, so what is it about these nutritionists and dietitians and researchers? You you tell us one thing is good today, tomorrow you say it is not. Now, so the point I'm just making is that the planetary health diet is actually coming back to the traditional diet. So they are very much aligned, and it's for us to promote them and promote them with the understanding that to make it sustainable across the world, it must be based on the cultures or the foods available to people, rather than industry-driven foods. Thank you.
Thank you, Percival. Question coming to that: how do you think we can kind of educate the consumers to, better empower them to make the right decision that's actually favor a transformed food system, so that we are moving forward to the, to a more sustainable future? Maybe Shalmali, if you have a thought on that.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess I have many thoughts on that. I think one of the things that's important for consumers to know, consumers who don't produce their own food, that is, because let's not forget that food producers are also consumers. And fisher folk are also consumers. The workers who work in the fields are also consumers, no? So when we talk about consumers, which consumers do we actually mean? So we want consumers to eat healthy diets or planetary diets, and those if we're using those types of terminology, I think it's very important, firstly, to nuance the terminology and that whole category of consumers. So, for example, agricultural workers produce so much of the world's food, but eat some of the most unhealthy diets simply because they cannot afford them. The wages are so poor. And then at the same time, we have people in wealthy situations, mostly in the global north, I agree, but also in the south. There are many, there's a thing called economic and social class and caste. No, the world is not free from caste and class. That kind of history hasn't been reached. There are huge inequalities everywhere. So wealthy people eat well wherever they are. They can switch to so-called plant-based diets. But do they question where that plant has come from? Do they know where their food is coming from? I have a very serious concerns about this vegan trend that's going around, because who is capturing the vegan market? It's corporations, it's agribusiness food, it's agri-food corporations, it's dairy, whatever corporation. So you can have almond milk. Okay, great. But where's the analysis? How many consumers are thinking about how much water takes to grow almond at that scale? What land is that are those almonds being grown on? Who is harvesting those almonds? Are those workers being paid living wages? You see what I mean? So I think a big aspect of consumer education, and by consumer education now, I'm talking about the urban middle to upper middle class consumer. I think a big part of the consumer education is for them to question, where is the food I'm eating coming from? So it's not just enough to think about my eating healthy food, but who's growing this food, under what conditions, where does it travel, what are its food miles? I think Charlotte talked about food miles and the large imprint of well-traveled food. So what's the point of eating very healthy, sustainable food if it's traveled, from more than halfway across the world, when I should actually be able to go to the villages near my place and see what are people growing there? Why are we not supporting, for example, territorially embedded food systems? Why are we not supporting territorial markets? So I think consumer education, I would start consumer education with getting them to actually examine where their food comes from and think about the extent to which the food that they're consuming is embedded in territorial systems that are sustainable, and that actually have the, how shall we say, are shaped by very important issues such as justice and equality and fair wages and so on.
Thank you. How do you actually think we get the consumers to think about where the food is coming from? Do you have any idea on how, how we would actually in action? So if I would need to go out now and do something, what would that be if, like, me as a person? What action could that be?
Should I respond to it?
Sure, if you have some.
Well, one I think is I think public fora and public discussions are really important. Public fora, public discussions, so that people are motivated to think about where food is coming from. I think in many ways, COVID-19, despite its wreckage and devastation in the world, in some ways was almost a lost opportunity for creating this kind of education, because people were trapped at homes. They were dealing with, they were seeing the breakdown of a global food system. They were seeing the breakdown of social systems. They were seeing, also the worst of the La Nina was happening. Terrible climatic disasters were happening, if you remember the last 4 or 5 years, And that was a time when a collective we, could have tried to use many more public fora, and especially in this recovery period, saying, no, you can't go back to business as usual. We cannot go back to longer food supply chains. So I think public education, through public fora, community forums, that's one. Getting out into the newspapers, into the public, using social media, and also really pushing very hard to our governments, especially local governments, to support local markets for local entrepreneurs and local processors and local foods to be there, to have those discussions, so that food isn't just consumed as something to keep you alive, we are part of nature. We're not different from nature, right? So I that's one thing I would say. And much greater dialogue and reaching out to those who produce food. Workers' unions, agricultural, fisher workers, migrants, small-scale food producers. I think these social classes we can't declass ourselves. Those days are gone. But I think there definitely has to be a much greater reaching out across over boundaries.
Thank you. That would already directly lead me to my next question, because that would be like, how could we actually promote a better communication between the different stakeholders that are actually involved, and then also, to better coordinate policy action that is in favor of transforming the food system. I don't know, Charlotte, do you want to, if you have any ideas on how to promote the communication between the different stakeholders or different, people actually? Do you have any ideas?
Yeah, no, thanks so much, Shalmali, sorry, for your reflections on that. And I think also, consumer information is very important. I also think, it's very much linked to then giving frameworks. And I think if we're having common frameworks, that is really supportive in creating a dialogue, which might have been seen then also with the Eat Lancet reference diet, which became a framework which was taken up by the academic sector quite intensively, and also criticized, and well criticized, but then also by the private sector and the policy and governmental sector. And I think it's really well reflected in, for example, the C40 cities network. For example, there is Copenhagen wants to shift all the public procurement towards the Eat Lancet reference diet. So that means what is provided in hospitals and kindergartens, and so the whole public procurement sector to adapt the Eat Lancet diet. But then of course also private sectors, we see investment companies who are also interested in learning more. How can we invest our money into food tech companies who are delivering also this more sustainable plant-based diets? So I think it's to shorten it up, I think having a common language and framework, but which is based on scientific evidence, can provide good guidance, at least.
Thank you. Percy, any other ideas? Or is that in line? Does it also still in line what you think? So is it the scientific evidence basically that we need first, if I understood it correctly now, it's kind of, to get the frameworks, to get the evidence, and then companies and the community can base their decisions on that and build on that. But the common, if I understood you correctly, Charlotte, if not, please correct me, the common base would be the language and, some evidence, basically.
Exactly. So I think we like evidence, common targets, and a common common language that can be understood by different sectors. Because I think this is like really often like what we're having the problem, and why it's also why we are doing more transdisciplinary research, particularly in the food system sector now, to really understand how can we produce science which is understood by the governmental and the private sector, and like taking them in, like not just like after we published our scientific efforts, but also like doing the process directly to understand, kind of like working together with them to develop the evidence.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe if I can like just give another example for this, I think the Nordic nutrition recommendations who came out this year with like the nutritional guidelines, and it's a kind of like it's also like a huge scientific effort from many stakeholders across the Nordics. But what they came up with is like the first really guidelines that include environmental factors and also social sustainability factors in the nutritional guidelines, which I think goes also like a bit back to Shalmali, what you've been saying, like how can we like educate the consumers where their food is coming from? And environmental sustainability and social sustainability is often so much like interlinked with like deforestation, and then of course like moving communities and bad labor conditions, and human rights abuse and so on. So I think and also like the question here in the Q&A, to think about like what is food and how much is like embedded in culture, what is it providing for us also, but then like the responsibility, like how we purchase our food. I think if we're having it in nutritional guidelines, to go away from this, what we have in Germany, this like pyramid, like what usually kind of like to think about like the vegetables on the bottom also, but to really think more like wider, what are the sustainability implications of that is useful.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Let me just have a quick look at the chat because I see questions coming up there. Okay. There is one question that goes directly to Shalmali. It is about the question is, what do you actually mean with food is not just to stay alive? I think you mentioned that now in, when answering the other question. Yeah, the question is like, what do you mean with that in particular?
Well, to some extent, I think Charlotte already referred to it in her last, in her response just now, and also Percy talked about it earlier. The thing is, food is culture. Food has evolved, and it's also, it's a body of knowledge. It's cultural practices, it's a body of knowledge. It comes from ecosystems, biodiversity, which we are all a part of. And I think one of the things that's happened, and I'm not saying that we can all go back to some bucolic, rustic countryside living. Of course, that's not going to happen. Many of us live in cities, whatever. And many of us don't grow our own food. We can't, because that's not what we were supposed, that's not what we've been trained to do. But there is an increased alienation between people consuming food and understanding where that food comes from, how that food has traveled, and what the meaning of that food is. So for example, the issue of seasonal eating. I come from India, I am in India now. And even now, despite the fact that in Indian cities, you have all these fancy supermarkets, all those things, majority of the Indians will eat seasonally. We will eat, even if the food is not quote unquote organic, it doesn't matter. There are vendors who go around in carts selling seasonal fruits. And it's those seasonal foods which are extremely important. And they're part of our diet. They're nutritious, whether they're legumes or different types of grains and so on and so forth. So there are certain times of year when you eat certain things. There are certain times, that there's certain conditions in your life when you eat certain things, So that's what I meant, that food is not just to stay alive. It's a part of broader health and well-being, and it's the broader health and well-being, not just of an individual, but of a community, and of a society. And the way we harvest and use that food is also how we then address, it shows our approach to biodiversity, species, and so on. And possibly the best knowledge systems, the most scientific knowledge systems on this are from indigenous peoples. Indigenous peoples and local communities who have been, whether it's agroecological or not, usually they are, but who have been, experimenting and innovating their own systems. I mean, in so many places in the world, natural bushes, woods, these are the food cupboards and the medicinal cupboards for local communities. That's how that's their relationship to food. So I don't know, and I'm not trying to be trippy here or a hippie or a new age person. It's very practical where I live and where I come from, The majority of, it's very, very common in majority of Asia. And Percy, I know Africa is also very diverse, but it's possibly, perhaps you could say something from there. And I'm sure it's there in Europe too. I cannot believe that people, that rural communities or different communities haven't had a relationship with their biodiversity, no? You eat certain foods at certain times, right? Why do you eat certain foods in certain festivals? What's the significance there? Okay, I'll stop here.
Thank you, Shalmali. Indeed, yes, you're right. Yeah, you have certain foods that you eat at, special times. You have the seasons also here, of course. Although, of course, with the globalization, consumers get the feeling that everything should be available at every time throughout the year, right? That's also one of the problems. Maybe because Shalmali, you already mentioned, or you already referred to Percy, so I would like to take up that, in the local context, I would like to know, how different it is actually between the African countries when you come to challenges and opportunities in transforming the food system. So we are talking a lot about the indigenous knowledge now, or indigenous foods, and I think they're probably, or I'm pretty sure they are also country specific. And if you see, or if you talk about Ghana, what kind of challenges and opportunities do you see, especially for the country Ghana? And how do you think how different it is actually for Ghana in comparison to the rest of African countries? Or can you really say, you have some common challenges and some common opportunities throughout the country, or the continent, not country?
So thanks for the question, Sarah. So if I understand what you are asking, you want to know if the challenges and opportunities in sustainable diets in Ghana are similar to other African countries. Is that correct?
Yes, exactly.
Yes. So I would say that by and large, the challenges are similar across African countries, but of course there'll be variations and how the difference they are. But some of the key challenges for me is that if you can't control your own food, you don't grow your own food. If you don't grow your own food, and even if you do grow your own food, but then you don't control the seed that grows the food, the next batch of food, then you are really handicapped in this whole conversation. So yes, we are growing food. There is, in fact, recently we were having a conversation in one forum, and we're looking at the food basket in Ghana, and we identified that the regions where most of our foods come from are actually largely rural, and the persons who live in these areas typically eat their meals directly from the farms. They can basically walk into their farms and have every ingredient in their meal picked right from the farm, prepared sometimes right there on the farm, and consumed. That is how close to nature these people are. And when these foods make the journey from these farms into the urban centers, and some of which actually end up in export sometimes, you see how it changes over time. So we are looking at losses across post-harvest loss across the distribution channel. We're looking at issues with food preservation. So with preservation comes the use of chemicals, as it were. I mean, just to ensure that the foods stay much longer. And we all know now that some of these preservations or preservers, is that the word? Preservers. I mean, these chemicals that are used to preserve foods also do introduce new dimensions for our health subsequently. I mean, when they go beyond some tolerable levels. And so we have this continuum of issues that lead one to the other. But the bottom line here is to ensure that the food that you are having is within reach of the one who is producing. And I like the way Shalmali puts it, that there are producers who are consumers. And I think that recently there are discussions about how to do urban farming. I mean, window gardening. So you have at least if you can control some of the food that you produce around where you live. It may not be a complete ecosystem of food items, but at least a few of the things. And then the butter, that's how trade actually started. Trade is a butter of items. I have one item, you have the other, and we are all within the same environment. We do a swap of a sort, and so the issues are not that easy to explain, because they are very complicated. But all I try that the foods that people are eating, particularly in Africa, in the Ghanaian context, the food is sensitive to the cultural, what it takes. People have what it takes to ensure that food is available at the next farming or the next season. And once we cannot achieve that, we are really started for me, because it makes it almost impossible. I mean, you cannot feed yourself and your country or whoever, or your community, if you cannot guarantee that you have viable seeds that will produce the next harvest. And for me, that is the bottom line in this, and that borders on food sovereignty. I mean, and I think Shalmali is the one who did the presentation about the role of the global south and global north. And the point I'm making is that that control over food is what we are looking. I'm referring to, and we need to really consider, and that I think cuts across many African countries as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Percy. I think, and that was also already mentioned earlier, is that this control over the food, right, is linked to also funding and investment opportunities, or this kind of things. So we have a question in the chat that is asking, like, what kind of strategies can be actually implemented to increase the investment in sustainable and equitable food systems around the world? Maybe Shalmali, if you have a thought on that.
Well, I think personally, but this is, of course it is personal. I think we should push governments to support local investments and small scale food production. I think what we really need to do is deglobalize the global food system, because I think the globalized food systems are it's the nature of the beast, you know. The globalized in food systems tend to be, because of the long supply chains and the long value chains as they do, you know, from raw material to a processed food product, the number of steps it goes through. And then when it finally reaches the plate or the packet or some supermarket shelf of the consumer, it has been through so many steps that you know, its economics are completely unsustainable. And I think, Charlotte, you already referred to this whole issue of what does sustainability mean in your presentation. And I think we need to recall that. What exactly does sustainability mean? And in a, you know, in a context where we are dealing with the climate crisis is upon us. It's not far away or imminent, you know, it's there. We've crossed the tipping point. But now, in addition to that, what we're having is we seem to be in this perpetual crisis mode. You know, these multiple crises sort of intersecting and cascading in impacts. So I think it's extremely important to shift the emphasis of food systems. I'm not saying that we do away with trade altogether or that food shouldn't be exported. I mean, there are many places where certain kinds of foods cannot be produced, and people shouldn't go hungry because of that. But let's not start from there. Start from the ground up. So in every region and sub-region, what are the most important investments through public investment to build food systems? So my recommendation, based on years of research and you know, the movements and the academics and groups that we work with, is that the most sustainable food systems are those that are territorially embedded. And there are certain boundaries beyond which food systems start to become unsustainable. And I think it's very important for us to recognize what those boundaries are and direct as much investment as we can into those. I mean, if you look at the history of grain, for example, you know, the majority of the world now is dependent on just a handful of grains compared to the number of grains that are actually available locally, you know, and regionally. And these grains that are then, you know, that the world has become dependent on are then controlled by a handful of corporations again, you know. So the economics of food production, the economics of processing, the trade, all that is very closely related to health, nutrition, you know, and the issue of sustainability. So yeah, I would start with the embeddedness and work on push for investments in those areas. Sorry, I see Charlotte has raised her hand, so I stop here.
Yeah, if I may just, because I have some questions for you, Shalmali, actually, when you're talking about like territorial food systems, what is territory for you?
Good question. So a territory could be a bioregion. It could be a large bioregion with a number of linked landscapes in it, right? So it could be regional, sub-regional, but sometimes there are natural boundaries. So there's an ocean, for example, you know. So, but the ocean itself, the marine areas themselves are a bioterritory.
Yeah, no, but because I mean, I'm mostly agreeing with you, definitely, that we would. It's important to think about like deglobalizing the food systems. But if I may give like also like a Nordic perspective, here is, I mean, in the Nordics, I think it's a good example of countries who have been haven't been rich countries 150 years ago and increased immensely in welfare. And this is also due to like increasing globalized food systems among other reasons, obviously. But I mean, before that, particularly Sweden and Norway and Finland, not so much Denmark, but like these countries, I mean, people were starving because you can't grow food here, right? It's not a very like arable area. So people have been eating potatoes, fish and meat, and not a lot of vegetables. So I think it's like really particularly for, of course, it brought a lot of like, I mean, now we are eating very, very bad in the Nordics, like way too much like sugar and like all these like processed foods and so. But like first, of course, like all our vegetables are imported. So
yeah. And again, like I said earlier, if I may, Sarah, sorry, if I may respond, I'm not saying that we have to do away with trade or go, none of that, It's just that if that globalized food system controlled by, your 6 to 8, 10, even 15 corporations, if that becomes the global food system, then I'm not sure we're anywhere near sustainability, nor are we anywhere close to combating hunger.
Absolutely. And I mean, unfortunately, this is our global food system at the moment too.
Yeah.
That is exactly so.
Yeah.
That's just how they...
Sorry, go ahead, please. Sorry.
I was just saying that is what our global food system is currently. It's controlled by just a few corporations.
And one of the biggest tragedies, I think, is that, and I think the World Food Programme has brought this up, SOFI, the State of Food Security and Nutrition, the SOFI reports, always point out that one of the biggest tragedies is that those who produce food in the global south are often the ones who are the most hungry and malnutritioned. And why is that happening? And a big reason for that is this global economic system of export-led production, again, controlled by corporations. So again, the issue of trade doesn't have to be negative. Trade is a positive force. People have been trading for centuries, and exchanging.
Thank you all for this discussion. I really enjoyed that. Since we are having we had this kind of negative shift now, I would to round up the panel discussion, because also time is running out. Would just ask you all for one more question to get maybe to a more positive outcome of the panel discussion. So I would be interested if you have only one action that you can do looking at the next decade. What would the action be that you could do to change basically our food system to more sustainability? So really for you as a person, not asking governments, not asking other people, but what it would be your action to move towards more sustainability in our food system. Maybe Percy, do you want to start?
All right. So what is my action to shift towards a more sustainable food system? Well, what I try to do is to ensure that I'm constantly, encouraging my own production of food. And that is because you can only control as much as you have what you have power over. And so even here in the city with very little land, I try to grow my own vegetables, for example. And then try to use that to augment the foods that, the other ingredients I use for my meals. And vegetables is quite seasonal. So at every season, you try and introduce the next available vegetable. That's what I try to do. And it's been very useful, very helpful. Sometimes the harvest is a little too much. So then you get to that's where trade comes in. You share what you can, and then you sell the rest if you have to. You're all looking at reducing the carbon print, our own carbon print, and that is what the conversation is about. Small way. Thank you.
Thank you, Percy. I like that action very much. I have to get into home gardening, growing my own food myself. Haven't done that so far. Shalmali, what would be your one action?
Reviving local recipes, gathering local recipes, not just because they're tasty, but going around in the areas and finding out what people eat, because there's so many plants and things around, and people eat them. I don't know. I mean, my mother knew them. I did. So I think I need to re-educate myself. So I'm going to re-educate myself on those. And then get young people around me to get interested in these foods.
Also love that action. Yeah, that's really nice. Charlotte, what would be your one action?
Yeah, I think I would continue to increase and advocate for other people to increase their locally grown legume consumption in the Nordics and in Sweden.
Okay, thank you very much. All for for your insights, for sharing your experience, for sharing your actions. I take some of them up. I need to myself, because there are also plants around here, for example, that I have no idea that I could actually eat. So maybe I should also increase my knowledge and education on that. Definitely, and then try to, also get other people on board and share that knowledge with other in, the local surrounding, to get more people to think about just also where their food is coming from and what is actually locally available. I like that. Thank you all for, again, for joining us in this or today's symposium. Thank you all for your presentations, for your valuable insights. I really enjoyed the panel discussion. Yes, I think also a big thank you to our audience for the questions. If you, Shalmali, Charlotte, and Percy, still have some time to answer some of the questions in the chat, feel free, or that would be great. If you have to leave, that's also, of course, totally fine. I think with that, time is up for our morning session of the symposium.
In just some short recap on what we experienced in our first part of the session, we start with 3 very interesting and resourceful keynote presentations. Charlotte Bunge talked about the connection between our food system and planetary health. After that, Shalmali Guttal gave insights on the cycle of unsustainable food systems, hunger and debt, also giving very valuable recommendations on how to break this vicious cycle. And then in the end, Percival Agordoh gave presentation on the global south perspectives on the food system crisis and how indigenous food can be part of the solution. Now, in the second part of the seminar, we have 5 best practice examples from people from the global south and north that are presenting their work to fight for a more sustainable and resilient future of food. So we are very happy. It's even 1 person more than we expected. So we are happy to have Karen Wohlert from Berlin, Germany, Grace Misoi from the Advocacy for Change Foundation in Kenya. Then afterwards, Jennifer Reynolds is also joining from Nourish in Canada. Thilak Kariyawasam from Fian, Sri Lanka is joining us today. And Odunayo Omotosho from the African Food Changemakers from Nigeria will present his work. So we are again having an international group of persons speaking today. For the first best practice, I'm handing over to Karen. Karen, who will present the work of Lebensmittelpunkte Berlin. As a coordinator of Lebensmittelpunkte Berlin, which is a network of urban food hubs, she has been at the forefront of promoting sustainable and equitable food practices. It is a growing network of spaces where neighbors can distribute, cook, and eat healthy, regional, and rescued food together. But I don't want to say anything more because you will just give us your presentation. As we did in the first part of the session, I will put on my screen when your time is almost up. So you see that we are like, you have to come to an end. So thank you. The floor is yours, Karen.
Thank you so much for the invitation. I'm gonna share my screen. Yeah, I want to give you a short introduction to the project Lebensmittelpunkte. My background is I'm from Baumhaus, which is German for the treehouse. It's a social ecological project space in the Wedding neighborhood of Berlin. And we work around sustainability, sustainable projects. And one of the projects we're supporting now for over 3 years is Lebensmittelpunkte. The idea of Lebensmittelpunkte is that we're building a network of spaces where neighbors can distribute, cook, and eat healthy, regional, and rescued food. So you might think, well, those activities of joint cooking with neighbors and eating and distributing regional rescued food is nothing new, and that's very much true. So our project is about how can we scale those bottom-up solutions up. I think of it as a bit of an experiment, and really we're figuring out how can we build up more structures bottom-up to scale those solutions. So here you have some pictures, some impressions where you see some of these activities of neighbors cooking together and dealing with good, healthy food. This is our network now. So we are about 27 places, organizations now who form the network, LMP network, so the short for Lebensmittelpunkte in German. It's all kinds of organizations, mostly neighborhood centers, community centers, but also volunteer groups and independent project spaces. And the basis of our network is the definition of Lebensmittelpunkte, which we co-created in the 6-month process in 2020, together with food projects in Berlin and local administration and farmers of the region. And we thought, okay, so what are these neighborhood activities that really make sense and that we want to scale? And we came up with the amazing definition of basically 3 core points, which we call depots, kitchens, and in German, Kiez. In English, we translate that with meeting points. And we say a Lebensmittelpunkt is a place that has depot function, which is that it does provide a space where neighbors can distribute food, which is both see how's the situation in the neighborhood with rescued food, so food sharing or other uncommercial food rescuing. What do they need? Support in the neighborhood? Is it a Verteiler, so a place where they can distribute it on a regular basis, or maybe only a backup point? The second part of depot is basically CSA, so community supported agriculture, distribution points where local farmers can bring their veggie boxes to, and then neighbors can pick it up. The second point is kitchen, so to provide a space, a kitchen where neighbors can cook together on a regular basis, but not just as a workshop, but also that then more people can come and eat. And the third point, meeting points, basically says that it's also all about socioculture and about encounter and to provide these open spaces where everybody feels welcome. So LMP is a place where those activities are organized on a regular basis. For instance, in Baumhaus, in our project space, we are also an LMP, and here are some pictures from that. So for the depot point, we now provide space for 4 different farmers, CSAs, and with altogether 80 shares, so about 160 people every week pick up the boxes from our small cellar. And then at the moment, once a month, before on a weekly basis, we have a big community cooking event where we cook with both rescued veggies, but also veggies from the CSA boxes, so that more people have access to experience this regional, seasonal, sustainably produced veggies. And the interesting part is that we do this only once a week, so we can use the space the rest of the week for other things. So these are really functions, activities you can put into many different spaces because you don't need to create a new space. So that's a bit of a background slide. I could talk a lot, of course, how we organize the project, but basically the core is that we figured out together how to best build up this kind of solution. So in Baumhaus, we're basically the project space and the living lab for the network. So we provide consulting for the initiatives, but more important, really hands-on support. So we go to the different kitchens, we see, do the kitchens work with the German law for giving out food? We support in reorganizing the kitchens, in supporting the other places with checklists, to-do lists, how to best organize these activities on a regular basis without getting a burnout or being overwhelmed. And we, of course, also have lots of exchange in the network, and we support each other. And I think this is what really makes it possible for us, is that we are in a very close exchange network with all kinds of other local food projects in the city, but also with the city administration, because the city of Berlin has a food strategy. So we are part of this growing ecosystem in Berlin of bottom-up food system change activities and food initiatives, but also goodwill of the city administration. And the network is partially volunteer-based, but also for the coordination and support activity, we get funding mainly with the Berlin food strategy. So those are very nice, favorable circumstances for us to learn how to build these things up. We are also partners of 2 EU innovation projects, Food Shift 2030, it's just running out this year, and then Switch Diet. So we work closely together with scientists. For instance, the ZALF, the Leibniz Center for Agricultural Landscape Research, did the impact assessment of the LMP in Baumhaus, and also based on that did a study, how many LMPs do we need in Berlin? That's the map of Berlin on the right, where you see 231 points. So science says we should have really 231 of these LMPs. At the moment, we have 27 initiatives, so there's space to grow. But like a few years ago, I would have said no way. At the moment, by now, I think it's actually possible. We have new spaces on the waiting lists, and we figure better out how to organize it. So we think it's actually possible in the next years to really grow the network. And yeah, really without, like, besides all these different projects and funding structures, I think what's the core of it is that we just encounter so much goodwill and willingness to act and take action for food system change, not just with neighbors, but also with people from the local administration and district administration who contact us, or other projects. So I don't know if you know, there are these stickers sometimes, at least in Berlin on the street, of a little bubble. And it says, if you were waiting for a sign, this is it. And I have the feeling the LMP project in Berlin is a bit of that. So it's a very simple concept, and it provides a platform for people to take action. Yeah, and we see where this goes and how we can scale it up, because of course at the moment it's still very very small given the systematic change that we need. But we also think it's very important to connect this bottom-up grassroots thing with the perspective of food system change on the city level, on the city regional level, and on the global level. And yeah, so we are very welcome. We are very happy about any new connections, network, feedbacks, and see how we can work together better in the future, also between the different cities and regions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Karen. I think it is a very interesting approach to connect places in a big city like Berlin to make healthy and regional food available for people, to connect people and place. So as you said already, you are very much interested in connections to people who are interested in your approach. That would have been one of my first questions. How do you think it is replicable to other regional contexts? Not only thinking of Germany, but also seeing it in different continents, different countries. And what would you recommend people who want to start?
Well, we have experience, at least in talking with people from other European countries, and there it's very similar. I mean, the idea of neighbors coming together to cook and then share the food, it's partially already happening. So I think the most important thing is to start. And to learn from that. And of course, we share our knowledge and our experience, how we think we organize it the best. And then we are very lucky that we get funding for the coordination effort. And I think, to organize something like that just on a volunteer basis, it's always more complicated. So to have at least some funding for coordination, of course, is helpful. And yeah, I mean, it's something very simple and very common sense, right? It's just starting to organize it and to learn and to grow.
Thank you. Thinking of a political perspective, what would you need to increase your outreach, or what support from policymakers would you need? And it's is that something difficult to organize in Berlin, or?
Well, we're already getting some support, but I think we always, of course, encounter the limits of what we can do on a grassroots level. For instance, if we work together with local farmers, and we want to see how we can maybe scale up their production or support them, then it gets very quickly into not just what we can do, but then very fast into EU subsidies and about the whole agricultural policy. So we really need to work on all levels, because what you can do on a local basis, we can build some culture, some awareness, some movement, but the real change is way bigger. So we need to make sure not to get stuck in our small little nice neighborhoods, but really see how we can push forward and support each other on the system change level.
Thank you. But still, I take from it, it's always good to start in the small bubble and then scale it up and put pressure by all these grassroots initiatives also.
Yeah, to put pressure, but also to see how can you connect with the people who work on different parts of the food system and of the food chain. So we encounter many people who have goodwill and then figure out how can you support each other and cooperate.
Thanks a lot, Karen. As I'm looking at the time, I'm moving forward. Thanks for joining. And we would like to go to our next presenter, Grace Misoi from Kenya. Also welcome for our session today. You are a passionate advocate for agroecology, and you have an extensional educational background on agribusiness and sustainable rural development from several universities. As a master of the Knowledge Center for Organic Agriculture in Africa and the Knowledge Hub for Organic Agriculture, as well as in your position as the director of the Advocacy for Change Foundation, you bring in a lot of expertise and commitment to organic farming. Thank you for joining. We're very much looking forward for your presentation today and to learn more about your work. The microphone is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And I'm so glad to be part of these great men and women in the agriculture sector, sharing their skills and knowledge. And without a lot of ado, I'm going to share my screen so that we can walk together in this journey on what we are doing under the Knowledge Hub. All right, thank you everyone. As you've heard, my name is Grace Misoi, and a lot has been said about me, but I also want to introduce myself as an organic farmer, passionate one, doing it not just for an income, but also as a lifestyle. And therefore, I am privileged to be part of the Knowledge Hub for Organic Agriculture in Eastern Africa, representing Kenya. And therefore, for sustainable food systems to be realized, we need to realize that there are several things that we need to look at, the dependent factors. It has been shared by the previous presenters in their first session in the morning, but I'm still going to go through it. So for us to realize and appreciate that there is a challenge, the reason why we do not have a sustainable food systems, we're still struggling with food and nutrition security, is because we've not come to the realization that there is a challenge. More often, we lie to ourselves that we are okay, yet we are really suffering and struggling. The other thing is we need to relook at what and how we've been trying to attain food and nutrition security. I think all of us have our own ways. There was one presenter was sharing about our local foods, our indigenous foods. The local farmers had their ways, their own ways of producing food, not just food, nutritious food. And still, we have a problem with food and nutrition insecurity. What could be the issue? What is it that we are not doing right? And finally, we need to find the missing piece, because there must be something that we are not doing right. That is why we are experiencing all these challenges. So in Africa, let me talk about the Eastern African hub, where I belong. We picked one of the missing pieces. And out of that piece, we came up with this known as the Knowledge Hub in Eastern Africa. So the project is Knowledge Center for Organic Agriculture in Africa. We realized that we have a lot of information. We have several food systems, cascading information to farmers. But who is the custodian of the knowledge? Why is it that we keep training farmers over and over and over again, yet the change is so minimal? So for us, we decided that we need to collect the knowledge. We need to look at the available information, the local indigenous knowledge, and therefore, this project comes in to address issues. First of all, let me share on the strategy. So the strategy of this program is thought of. So it is the multiplier approach. In Kenya, for example, the data I'm sharing on my screen are specifically from Kenya. So in Kenya, we have 7 master trainers. These are trained and competent people with passion in agriculture who have been trained again to improve on their capacity even more. And then the 7 master trainers went ahead to train multipliers. So we had a target of 420 multipliers. These multipliers are specifically extension officers, people in the practicing farmers who can train others. So we trained 421 multipliers. So for us, we want to see the trickle-down effect. We started with 7 master trainers. It's come down to 421 multipliers in Kenya. And to be specific, we put a lot of emphasis on female, or the women, and the youth. The main reason is somebody in the morning said the face of anger or hunger is women. So that could be the reason why. It is the women who bear the burden. When there is no food in the household, it is the women who suffer the most, because the children will always be crying to their mothers. Therefore, our target is usually to ensure that in all our trainings, we focus on the young people and the women. The young people have an attitude towards agriculture. This is generational. Starting from our education system, for example, agriculture was as punishment. Anytime a student did something wrong, they were punished by giving them an assignment on agriculture. So that is how the negative attitude towards agriculture was nurtured in the young people. Therefore, we are trying to show them the other face of agriculture, which we expect, and it has come to pass, although in a small way, but the impact is still growing, that they are embracing agriculture. So the multipliers trained went ahead to train farmers. Our target is to reach 6,300 farmers. So far, we are at 1,118. The progress is very good because we started the training just this year. We are like 5 months in the trainings, and so far we've come this far. And these are 68% of these farmers trained are women. So I want us to keep highlighting the word women, because that is where the change will happen the most, despite the fact that there are other factors that will influence how women will implement the trainings we train them. Therefore, we have focus areas. The first focal area in our knowledge hub is collecting and validating knowledge. So there are so many information. We have knowledge across the sector, different people, different actors, including the government, have information. Our indigenous farmers do have information, they have knowledge. So what we are doing is collecting and validating this knowledge. So far, we've collected, we've come up with 42 knowledge products. These have been collected, they have been created and validated by the country validation committee. So in Eastern Africa, every country has a validation committee that looks at this knowledge. For example, if the farmers are using, for example, tithonia to control or for soil fertility, we go to an extra mile to find out what is it that is in this particular crop, making this thing go away. For example, if it's for controlling weeds, for controlling pests, what is it that is applicable? So we look at the science behind the knowledge and then share. So far, I have shared on my screen 2 knowledge products. One is on feeder crops for soil. We realize that soil is the backbone of food production, of food security and nutrition security. So therefore, we focus on specific areas and we develop simple knowledge products that are palatable to farmers. For example, the other knowledge product on my screen is 7 reasons to go organic. This is something that can be read easily by farmers. And not only in our English language, we are also translating the same to the local dialects. And more so, it is also being translated by the farmer trainers that we've trained. Now the knowledge is at the farmer's doorstep. Therefore, the information can reach them in the language that they understand more. Focus area 2 is on capacity building and dissemination of organic knowledge. So far, under this program, we've been the farmers, as I have shared in my first screen, and the farmers are not stopping there. They're continuing with the process. So we have farmers training other farmers. The trickle-down effect. You train one farmer, that farmer trains other 5 farmers. One farmer trains their family members. So the knowledge goes down, and we share information also with various media. For example, we organize TV, newspaper, and radio campaigns. And so far, we've realized that we've reached over 4 million people in our radio and TV campaigns. So we share information through the local media. And actually, when you talk about on the television, we also share the same in the local dialect. So we go to the local radio stations, we talk there, we speak to our farmers, and they're able to get that information. They're able to ask questions in the language that they understand best. So for us, what we are really looking at is making the information available for the farmers. We've also, having trained multipliers, we went ahead to refresh them. Getting information. So we need to sharpen the skills of the people we are sending to the ground. We need to sharpen the skills of the multipliers, of the extension officers, the farmer trainers, so that they are able to give our farmers the current information, because technology is changing. There's a lot of research happening. So we do not just want the research to remain stations. We want this information to go to the farmers. Another approach we are using to disseminate information is establishment of centers of excellence for the demonstration farms. Centers ensure that there is a vibrant, active demonstration farm where farmers can visit and learn. So we have a GBAC, which is a member organization under LMU, and have REDEP, also another member organization. So, as I said before, so under the Knowledge Hub, we've also come up with training farmers and multipliers. Enterprises have farmers, their products. We have multipliers and master. For example, we have one enterprise called Sylvia's Basket that has been able to buy from our farmers. Farmers are now selling their produce, so we've availed market for our farmers, and also the farmers who are now making organic fertilizers and selling them to farmers. So
sorry.
Made available the materials that need organic agriculture to happen. Therefore, in summary, what we are doing in Eastern Africa and especially in Kenya, are you able to hear me? Looking at now is advocacy. We are advocating for policies in agroecology. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, the connection was a bit bad in the end, but maybe it was also the presentation. So thank you very much for sharing your work. I think it's very interesting approach. As I understood it right, you have like 5, like not you, but there's 5 different of those hubs in different African countries. Is there also a connection between these hubs, and what are the biggest challenges of the work together? Like, are you trying to learn from each other from different contexts, or are you basically like focusing more or less on your like specific country issues?
Actually, thank you very much. All the hubs are connected, and we share information, and we share our experiences as well. So in all the hubs, we are able to share information, and we have a leadership team that brings together all the hubs. And I happen to be in the leadership team in the Eastern Africa, representing Eastern Africa in the main hub. So we have a network. We are able to share our experiences. We are able to share information. And also in all our trainings, especially the online trainings, we not only concentrate on our specific hubs, so we bring all the actors in the different hubs. So yes, the main challenge is, in the beginning, our main challenge was communication, because we have other countries who are French speaking, but especially dealing with the local farmers. But technology has been of great help. So we share information, and actually the main thing has been knowledge. So knowledge, we do not have a lot of problem, because every hub is concentrating on knowledge. And the different actors, the main thing is cascading information. So we've been working in harmony. The challenge is we need to bring more people on board. Like for information to go down, we cannot just concentrate, even not looking at the hub, for example. Look at a country like Kenya. Kenya is very big. Yes, yet we are only 7 master trainers. So if we are able to reach out to more people, bring more countries on board, it will be very good.
Thank you very much, Grace, for sharing. I think you made also a point that knowledge is the key of like training people and get the information to the right persons, and not to lose some of these important information on the way. And unfortunately already we have to move on to the next person. So from Kenya, we would like to introduce Jennifer Reynolds now from Canada. Hello. I think for you the time difference is the biggest, must be still very early in the morning at your place. As a co-executive director of Nourish, Jennifer Reynolds brings over 2 decades of rich experience in spanning sustainable agriculture, local food promotion, community food security, and food policy. Jennifer's philosophy centers on the belief that a lying mandate in margin, we have the power to transform systems. Furthermore, she thinks that delicious food can be the catalyst for innovation in healthy eating and sustainability. In her career, Jennifer has collaborated with diverse stakeholders, ranging from farmers and community organizations to policymakers. Today, Jennifer Reynolds presents the inspiring work of Nourish Canada that aims to change hospital food towards being more healthy and culturally diverse as a lever for climate change mitigation and food system transformation. So I hand over to you, Jennifer. Welcome.
Thank you, Nicola, and thank you for the other presentations. It's so interesting to see all of this work across our the places we live, where we're trying to be connecting with community and mobilizing, changing the system based on amplifying these values that are so critical and give people hope, I think. And that's sort of, in hearing my bio read out, it's always so embarrassing, but I do think these things that connect, like taste and community and celebration, are really powerful things that we need to use to be successful change makers. So I wanted to start off my talk to share where I am, speaking to you from Halifax, Nova Scotia, on the east coast of Canada. And we do land acknowledgements as a growing practice in Canada to recognize, and as a country, settlers specifically are on a journey to towards reconciliation with the Indigenous communities from the European settler time and onward. There has been quite devastating and damaging policies and practices and taking of land. And this is something that we are all grappling with. And I'll speak a little bit later, but today is actually our National Day for Truth and Reconciliation in Canada. So historically, land acknowledgements were used by Indigenous communities when they were visiting other territories, and the kind of modern practice of it now is something of an expression of gratitude for the land that we live and work on. So my acknowledgement is today to the Mi'kmaq people who've been stewards of the land that I live and work on for many generations. So as Nicholas shared, Nourish works with the healthcare sector, and we're very interested in seeing how we can spread and deepen innovation around the power of food to build health for people and planet. So right now, often the food served in our healthcare system, which is publicly funded, is the lowest cost. It's not considering local, sustainable, or cultural elements. And oftentimes patients don't enjoy eating it, and a lot of it goes in the garbage. So we are very interested in this opportunity of the biggest sector in our economy. How can we leverage that to be a driver for systems change and to help to build more local and resilient food systems? So as a systems change organization, as everyone has started off, these things we need to understand before we move forward with solutions. What are the problems that we're trying to solve? And this web, I think, is actually, everyone would have something to add to it. And we could spend an entire symposium building this out. But I think what I wanted to share here is really the important critical ways that things are interconnected. And I think this is part of our work with the healthcare sector, especially with Western medicine. I think there's a real belief in like a technological solution or a quicker fix. But instead, I think at Nourish, what we are trying to encourage and build is, as Grace was saying, what is the knowledge of place? What is the knowledge and understanding about health and well-being? How are people connected to food? How can we be using that as a basis? How do neighbors care for neighbors? So in our systems that we have 4 mindsets that I think we're really trying to shift and expand and awaken to the possibility. We have a real problem right now with how healthy food is understood. It's just nutrients. From a clinical dietitian point of view, it's not actually about how it's grown. We need to bring that into understanding how we understand healthy food. A lot of efforts to build food security around access have really focused on price and lowering the cost of food, but ignoring the systemic issues of income and poverty. Food is seen as a commodity as well, not an essential human right. And most relevant to us is that food is actually seen as ancillary to care that is provided in our healthcare system. So it's like parking. Hospitals just want to cut the cost and have a basic meal be served to a patient, but they're not thinking about the opportunity of it to be healing and to express a kind of more fuller understanding of how place and people and food are connected, and that opportunity for healing. So we have a $4 billion every year that we spend in Canada on food services and healthcare. So we see this as a tremendous opportunity to leverage that to change our food system. So our growing network, I think there's 600 or 700 hospitals. We have a connection with probably 50 hospitals who are working on and taking this approach. And a lot of them are starting with this changing the patient meal, because this is something that can really impact some of these things at the start of this list. So there are ways by changing the food and increasing palatability and intake that will reduce the length of stay and readmission rates. These are things that healthcare cares about already and measures. But as we go through this work and coming back to that spaghetti diagram, we're also very excited about getting into the things that underpin these systems. And that's where we see these biggest transformational opportunities, because right now our food system and our health system operate separately. And as we're all here together, we're all talking about the same thing, about the need for them to be more harmonious and working better together. So we have a viable planet that we can all live on. So two of the key systems levels that I wanted to touch on briefly are reconciliation and the climate emergency. So as I shared before, today is the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation in Canada, which is around addressing and acknowledging the history and the way forward from the colonization by European settlers of Canada. In 2015, there was a National Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada, which had quite an extensive process, and it issued 94 calls to action to repair the harm caused by residential schools and how to move forward. So this is a key part of our work of building understanding and actually having two-eyed seeing, which is a concept from an elder from this place where I live, of having Indigenous knowledge going alongside Western knowledge and not privileging one over the other. So I'd be really curious. I think some of the other speakers, maybe we could connect about some of these opportunities. And I'd love to learn more from the work in your countries towards how to build and lift up these voices and knowledge. And then we also have climate. So I think, again, not news to anybody, so I'll skip over this, but you know, our food system needs to exist within planetary health boundaries. And specifically, we think the healthcare sector could really be a leader here of saying that food is key to health and modeling these shifts in the healthcare institutions that are a key part of how we maintain health and build health in our communities. So how are we doing this work? We have a way to try to roll up all of these leverage points that we see. I'm not going to read them all out, but we're seeing these opportunities to connect food and health within and beyond the walls of healthcare. So a lot of that is coming back to some of these basic principles and ideas that I think really are vibrant in the food sector, but in the health sector, they're not understood as well. There's a demarcation there. So I'm really curious of the few people who filled in the poll from the healthcare side. I'd love to have a chance to hear your perspectives and how you react to this. But one of the umbrella levers is really thinking about all of the resources that go into the bricks and mortar of a hospital, their food purchasing, their land, their leadership. There's really opportunities there to be leveraging all of that to be creating more sustainable food system and vibrant communities. So how do we do this? Our focus and program areas are four elements that kind of in gears working together. We have these series of action learning where we're trying to engage people working in hospitals to change their practices about how they buy food, how they develop menus, to have more support for Indigenous foodways and shift to planetary health menus, so reflecting that planetary health diet. We have innovation cohorts where we build support teams of healthcare and community collaboration to really go through an innovation process to explore the edge of what they can do in leveraging all the resources that they have and creating new ways to build food for health. We are also focused on policy shifts, as everyone else has mentioned, the connecting the bottom-up innovation to the changing the rules of the game is a key part of how we're going to achieve and meet the moment. And then we are also very focused, as Grace was sharing, about how do we share these success stories out and best practices to awaken people to the potential of what having food as medicine really could mean. So some of the things, just to give a snapshot of some of our program areas and some of the reach and impact for the Indigenous Foodways work, our focal program is called Food is Our Medicine, which is an online learning journey and resource library that we support with virtual learning circles for healthcare leaders to increase their understanding of Indigenous foodways. We've had over 1,500 individuals who've registered from 500 organizations. 300 have completed the training and have shared with us that they're eager for more support and learning to bring this knowledge to building relationships with Indigenous communities and then changing their menus. We're also developing and sharing out tools for hospitals to shift to planetary health menus. So we have a sustainable menu guide, a primer for how to use values-based procurement tools to change how to confront that race to the bottom of the cheapest food, to instead say what is the best food that we could be buying to meet our goals, to have the most healthful and healing meals for patients, and in cafeterias for the staff who work there. And then we have a partnership with the World Resources Institute to bring the Cool Food Pledge to Canada, which is a calculator to help hospitals to measure the carbon and other impacts and changes from changes of their menu. And this is our flagship program, our innovation cohorts, just as a snapshot of some of these teams and some of the processes and activities that we support them to undertake as they try to think through and build partnerships to really change the food with the levers that they have to change their food systems. So we are really excited that we are, oops, keep skipping. 2 weeks ago, we had our in-person symposium where we gathered 200 folks from across the country to share and learn about our work and the teams in our cohort, what they have been doing and learning about. And we're launching our third cohort right now. It just happened. So again, this will be 5 teams that will be going on this journey to explore how they can do all of the things that have an impact out from the patient out into the community. So how can they reduce food waste? How can they buy more local sustainable products? How could they change their menus to be more planetary, reflecting the planetary health diet? How can they build relationships with the Indigenous communities to better to work towards reconciliation? So just coming back, we're very excited and eager to learn more. There are other great organizations like Healthcare Without Harm and others maybe in your place that are taking these similar approaches. So I'm excited to hear and connect with all of you about how we can do this work together. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. I think it's very interesting that you include the concept of indigenous food into your work, as we heard earlier already in the first part of the symposium, how indigenous food can be one of part of the solution to change our food system. So I think that is very interesting. And in general, what do you think is the biggest challenge for you right now for scaling up this approach of healthy and sustainable food, but also including the indigenous food knowledge in your context?
Biggest challenges, I mean, there are many. A lot of it, I think, it comes down to, I think we are very focused on the values piece, because I think people need to believe it's important and believe that they can change it, because otherwise we're just stuck in making small changes to the system. And sometimes that is the way, I think, how change happens. You just move the little bit forward, but I think we need to keep coming back to being, that is good. We're heading in the right direction, but we also have to be bold. So some of our challenges are related to that the complexity of how our structures are. So we have on the Indigenous food waste piece, 50 cultures, 600 more than that First Nations communities, and a whole complicated relationship between different governments. So I think coming together around food gives me a lot of hope, because it's actually a very practical, tactile thing. And especially communities in the north are really experiencing climate change impacts much faster, and they're really alerting us to that urgency. So I think that moving these big systems fast enough is probably our biggest challenge, but also I don't I wake up hopeful every day and optimistic to try. But yeah, those are some.
Yeah, that hope we need, and the power to not to be I'm searching for the word, but demotivated by being thrown back at times, but keep on fighting. Just quickly, I would be also interested how your project is funded and how you this is organized.
Yeah, that we are very lucky to have the support from some very progressive family foundations that support social innovation and this work. But we have not been successful in getting government funding. So that's very interesting, I think, to think of us getting into scale, or is that because we are between the food and health silos, everyone just points the finger that this work should be supported by the other sector. So we are, as every nonprofit is, always thinking of how to be viable and sustainable on the economic side. So I think, yeah, but we are looking to ways, I think, to really embed our work within the systems as they are versus getting funding and creating a whole structure outside. So that's part of our strategy. But at the moment, yeah, so we're very happy to have the support of the foundations we do from the philanthropic sector that we do have.
Thank you very much. We see in your project how important the connection of different sectors is, not only thinking about the food system. The health sector is sometimes not in the focus, but also in the health sector we can have a very important impact by changing diets in hospitals. And so thanks for this insight, and I hope there's a couple of more questions in the end after the presentations. For now, I would like to present or welcome Thilak Kariyawasam from Fian, Sri Lanka. He's the president of Lanka Organic Agriculture Movement and the executive director of Fian, Sri Lanka. He holds diplomas and certificates in organic agricultural development from different countries. He is a board member of Sri Lanka's National Organic Control Authority and serves as managing director at CIHLMU, a local certification body. And today, Thilak is talking about his work at Fian, Sri Lanka, which mainly focuses on the right of nutrition, highlighting one specific best practice example from your organization. Welcome, Thilak.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nicola, and it is a great pleasure to having this program, and it is in a way I want to address with this the health, nutrition, climate issues without forgetting traditional food system and knowledge in Sri Lanka. Please next. We as Sri Lanka, Fian Sri Lanka and Lanka Organic Agriculture Movement, we are working together as the one umbrella. The next slide, please. I will go into the discussion with the traditional food system what we had. The water and the food as a lifeline. We have great respect, because in our country we have the more than 20,000 man-made village tank to collecting rainwater and the making the what is called the dry zone into the agriculture sector, because it is rainwater usage, rain-fed agriculture. We converted into a irrigated agriculture. That was the kind of the main livelihood of the people in the ancient time. But we not forget always food as a medicine, and that was the main motto we had in there, all that days, and no poison into it. And it is a belief, it is a great respect, food always respected. Food from paddy field, food from the slash and burn, the chena cultivation, food from the forest, food from the tank, food from the rivers, food from the sea, and all these things were collected as the people's day-to-day food. And different areas we had a different food. Next, please. And we always think the rice was the best in our agriculture. The rice was also our culture, and traditional rice varieties. When it comes to our case, it is more than 3,000 rice varieties we had. The different ones, yellow one, red ones, white ones, and sometimes black ones. And these different varieties has a different characteristics, and mostly we were talking about today the vitamin A deficiency and lot of other deficiencies when it comes to the health. Next, please. And but it is proven these different rice varieties had the different qualities. Even vitamin A you can find with this traditional rice varieties. Problem is hiding the new varieties are forgotten about these some of the varieties which are very healthy, which are very nutritious, but with the generational gap, the after green revolution is started, the most of the things were forget. And but we have started with the some of the youth to educate what are the importance with this the new traditional varieties. Can we go into the next, please? These traditional varieties, some are in the paddy with the paddy fields. You may know the irrigated paddy field, but these are upland rice varieties, black one, red ones. You can find. Sometimes you have the flooding areas. Those are going with the 8 month. These are with the 4 to 6 month varieties, and they have a different qualities and different the nutritious values. Next, please. With these different rice varieties, we have actually with the present day situation we are facing for the climate change situation, and the some of the areas, the saline areas, especially in the coastal areas, the very problematic to grow rice now, because the salinity increasing in the paddy field, and therefore there were some traditional varieties with the old days. If you go into the history, there were some traditional varieties with the salinity tolerant and salinity resistant. We have found some of those varieties, and we are reintroducing, and in a way with the different the techniques. Next, please. And these is why we want to have a selected varieties. It is a kind of a one the important area we to work on with the selecting and the multiplication is one of the technique where we are giving it to farmers and making them aware to import these rice varieties, and some of these things we are developing with the traditional and new method by using, and farmers are very eager to get this knowledge and go into the deeper discussions with the new way of it. The please go for the next one. The in scientifically, when we want to analyze these different traditional rice varieties into the scientific way of the what are the different nutrition values and all that we have found with these traditional varieties having very good the nutritional value. Can we go into next? Uh, and these are the total polyphonic content, and also if you go for prep, the ferric reducing and antioxidant power, those ORAC oxygen radical absorption capacity, and ABTS radical scavenging activities, and all these are helping actually we to analyze this the traditional and new varieties. Next, please. And you can see how the difference, these all are traditional varieties. These are with the red and white varieties. If you go into the next, we can see how the next, please, these are different. In top you can see how the traditional varieties. In down you can see how the new varieties, what the government has developed these things. Sometime it is 4 times, sometime it is nearly 10 times these different nutritional aspects if you are going in a scientific valuations. And it is still when you breeding new varieties, you are forgetting about nutritional aspect. But when it come to a present day deficiencies with the nutrition, and definitely we have to look at your new varieties and how it could be the responding to the different deficiencies among the communities. Can we go into the next? Not only the rice, we also have the substituting rice with the jackfruit, and jackfruit is another the high nutritional the food where we are presently forgetting about. And next, please. And if you look at the different the jackfruit in the country, we call it is a rice tree, because the so many people who are below poverty, and they get, when they can't get themselves rice, and they get as a substitute the jackfruit, and it is easily available everywhere in the country. They can just go into the neighboring garden and find the jackfruit and get the feed themselves. And next, please. And this is the nutritional value in the jackfruit. These two different, because of these has not came into the food data, jackfruits, because it is difficult to estimate, because most of the country everywhere you can find it, and there are even the forest jackfruits are there in the forest, and the people are not starving because of these things, even though they are getting food. These are some of the extra the values they are getting into the daily meal. The next, please. These different the food has our life facet, and then what we really not recognize, some of the food what we are talking about, we are not really looking at the food data. These some of the uncultivated food, like the breadfruit, same as jackfruit. Breadfruit is another important one. In Moringa, it's a high nutritional value, and it is most of the African countries, Asian countries, we eat a lot of things, and even the in the nutritional way, we cook a lot of food with using coconut milk instead of oil, and this is some other nutritional aspect where we want to highlight. And these things you can easily find your home gardens in the country. When it comes to the next, please go into the next slide. And I want to these different food the coming from your garden, if you are really want to practice the agroecology in the present day context, and these are the different sweets, and you are not belongs to the different external food. This can reduce the lot of food miles if you are really looking into this food. Next, please. And we also in our system, we are not going to the long chains, food chains, a lot of involvement from outside now fair, or the because the values, if you are analyzing present day the food system, market driven as commodity, the food always going as a commodity, big loss of waste, nutritional and medicinal value are very low, the local economy is not getting support, no small control, always big people and who having the power is controlled. And these are some of the things where we want to highlight. The last part of my presentation, next please. The especially these things, we can go into the next one. The next please. We are actually talking about when we got into the food rights. Always we talk about availability, affordability, accessibility, and sustainability. Next please. When we come into the availability, we always trying to bring into the household economy, and also the people to look after, take care of their home garden with different food, whether they can grow food in their home garden and bring it to the nutritional aspect. This is the white, the dress wearing one is a government health worker who is going to the midwife, who is assisting to the mothers, and especially pregnant mothers to the how to care themselves. And we adding value, we get in hand with that midwife, and we are helping mothers to grow their food in their home garden. Next please. And this is the one of the girl who is getting knowledge, and this we are showing the models how to do the worm casting, vermi wash, and use it to as a the garden as a fertilizer. And this is some of their home grown solution for the leafy vegetables. Next please. This is health inspector, public health inspector. He's explaining about importance of the health and gardening to the pregnant mothers. Next please. And we also do some the donation. This is plant donation to the home garden. The Buddhist monk is donating the plants to the home garden of the pregnant mothers. And this is something where we are trying to locate. We providing knowledge, monks providing plants, and the mothers getting benefit into that. Next please. This is the affordability. With the so-called neoliberal economy, especially the poor people, they can't afford the food in the supermarkets and the big shops. Therefore, we are promoting street food and the food vendors in the street. And the picture, it is showing the banana sellers boutique, small boutique in the roadside. Other one is showing jackfruit selling in the roadside, and together with the banana. It is something where the people can afford the food with the affordable price. Because in the supermarkets they are selling with the higher prices, the poor people can't afford these things. And therefore we were looking at these three aspects: accessibility, availability, and affordability. And next please. And this is where the accessibility, because even sometimes the poor people can't access the cooked food with the big hotels. Therefore they go for the street. We also promoting roadside the healthy nutritious food, because we also, together with the public health officers, we are giving instructions to these the sellers, roadside sellers, how to do it in the hygienic way. And next, please. These are some of the food importance in they are coming to your doorstep, and this is where we also promoting as the good food, and also we are trying to bring them into a health and hygienic way. And this is we think the health and nutrition can work together. Lanka Organic Agriculture Movement helping to grow, and the Fian Sri Lanka, we always think about the people's food right, and therefore we are trying to deliver food into through the systematic way. This push where the food system could be work in the ground level, and it is an important area to the present day foods if we are talking about food system. Next, please. And this is my last part of the message. This is the we always think the food system can be change the people's habit, and also the different way of their nourishment and all other things. Being aware, if you want to make a well-being, and also you have to change the way of their consumerism. And therefore we are in the country, we are trying to bring them into the different areas, and we are helping them to get the health wise, and as a human, now they are facing a lot of non-communicable diseases, and especially cancers, diabetic, and we have a special disease called chronic kidney disease unknown. We guess this is also due to the high chemical use in the country, and therefore these we want to avoid, and therefore we always helping people to eat poison free, the good food and the nutritious food in the country. Thank you very much for attention. Next, please. And we want to give a message. And these are the country situation, and these we will think this kind of a food system change will help for the people to think about, and also the policymakers. We want to bring their attention as well. Next, please. Especially I have explained these things. This is the last two slides of mine. The next, please. And I just want to highlight the agro-diversity will be feeding to the world. This is the symbol of our prosperity, and where the rice storage. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think you gave us a very good overview about your work and the program, specific program. I just jump into the next best practice example directly, so that Odunayo also has the time to present his work. Thank you, Thilak, and welcome, Odunayo, also today for our event. You are a program manager, program coordinator at African Food Changemakers, and with a professional experience in agribusiness industry, with a proven record of impact across the value chain from farm to fork. You actively thought partnerships and engage in fruitful collaborations with diverse stakeholders within multiple segments of the agricultural value chain. And today, you will give us some details about your work at the African Food Changemakers and the Building Resilience Against Climate and Environmental Shocks program. I hand over to you directly. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. And such an honor to be here to speak on this particular topic of engagement. Kudos to all other speakers that have spoken. I've learned a lot. My take home from other sessions will be around the need for cultural and traditional food, and for us to embrace all of those food systems. So I'll be speaking about sustainability and resilient food transformation, looking at the perspective from African food chain makers, what we do, and what we've seen happening in African context, and how it can also be adopted in other continents. First, about what we have in African food chain makers. So majorly work with small and medium scale enterprise because we believe these guys are the lifeblood of the food ecosystem. Statistics have shown that about 70% of the activities happening in the food value chain from farm to fork is being controlled by this small and medium scale enterprise, which is why we work with them. And also when you look at the challenges being faced in this food ecosystem itself, I won't want to take much of our time. We've spoken much about those challenges. It's actually been this small and medium scale enterprise are the one that face most of these bronze, right, that affects them in this food ecosystem, which is why we feel like these are supposed to be our core targets in what we do around the food ecosystem. And what we do majorly for these agri-SMEs is, one, we provide a community for these agri-SMEs. We have a total of 12,800 agri-SMEs across African countries, where they come. We like to call ourselves the Facebook of the agri-food network. So where we have people come around, share knowledge, peer-to-peer exchanges, here to get answers to their issues. And second will be around data and opportunities. So we also share about data to them, opportunities that could help them scale their businesses and also to start resilience in the face of climate change. And we also promote them, bring about visibility and recognitions for these agri-SMEs across the continent. We take them out for speaking engagement. We've had the likes of HRF. We had some of our members who spoke at the last HRF summit and several other international conferences where our members go to speak. And lastly will be around learning and training, which is one major work that we do. And I'll be talking much more about one of our programs around that. So we design programs aimed at strengthening the capacity of these SMEs to be able to build resilience agribusinesses and also be able to transition into a sustainable agribusinesses that is nourishing Africa and the world at large. And we have a vision of actually having 1 million successful and sustainable agribusinesses that is transforming the food ecosystem all around the world. And that's what is our vision. We're very big on this vision and we're giving around this. So looking at one of our programs, which I picked this particularly because it's in alignment with our focus of discussion today, talking about sustainability, resilience, food ecosystem. The program, we call the program's BRACE in short, which is building resilience against climate and environmental shocks. And this program is centered around agri-SMEs in Africa, aimed at building the capacity of these businesses to be aware about climate change, right? And not just being aware about climate change, also to know how their actions and inactions affect climate change, either positively or negatively. We also, through this program, we're also empowering them and exposing them to climate smart agricultural practices that they could adopt across the value chain, talking about soilless farming, talking about precision farming, regenerative agriculture. Those are part of what we expose them to. It's an annual cohort of program. This year, we've been able to, we had over 1,000 participants onboarded across 8 African countries, majorly Nigeria, Kenya, Ghana, and several others. And we currently in the technical phase where we are exposing them. So based on this engagement with these participants, right, I'll be sharing some of the insight and some of the perspective or some of the innovative ways in which they are adopting in their businesses to mitigate against climate change and also to create a sustainable food ecosystem. But before I go into that, I won't waste time on this. Like we mentioned, major trends that are driving the needs for resilience and sustainable agribusinesses. One, especially in Africa, is the food loss and food waste. Over 40 to 60% of our food being produced are being wasted, really. And so there's a need to us to think innovatively on how we can tend to strengthen this particular value chain to ensure that there's food for everyone at the right time and at the right place and in the right nutrition. The second is around the climate change. We know much about that, so I will not waste that time. Third would be around the increasing population, right? So Africa is the second largest continent, and statistics about with 17%, statistics is telling us that in 2050 would also go to about 25% of the world population, which shows that there's an increasing population leading to an increasing demand for food, and not just food, but food safety, food and nutritious food. And lastly would be around consumer trend for food safety. So as a result of the huge population that we have in Africa and Nigeria at large, we tend to see people that being conscious about what they eat, how they eat, and the components of the food they eat. So these are like the 4 major points that are driving the need for resilience and sustainable agriculture. So going down into those perspectives that have been adopted by our members and by our participants in this PRESS program. One is around soilless and vertical farming, right? And this is key, especially in urban location, whereby there are really no space for planting. For you to get most food that have been produced in the rural location. Now, meaning those in the urban location needs to eat, right? And there are limited space for planting in urban location. So what are those innovative practices being adopted? One majorly is vertical farming, which is being seen across our members, and even households, whereby they tend to convert, and I've met some of our speakers have talked about garden, planting in a garden. Yeah, so this is something around that, whereby you could convert your fences, convert the bag, the little space you have in your house to do some form of planting yourself, right? You could plant your vegetables yourself. You could tend to, that way you have access to nutritious food, you have access to quality food. You'll also be able to control the amount of chemicals that you're putting into this food. So that's one major innovative way that people have been using currently, vertical farming. And not just vertical farming, we also have soilless farming. Soilless farming in the sense that you tend to plant in an enclosed environment without the use of soil. So this also allows for everyone to be able to plant their food and also have access to food all around here. So with the use of soilless farming, you tend to be protected from climate change to an extent, right? And then there's also access to food year all round, food availability. There's no seasonality in terms of when can I plant this food, when do I tend to harvest. You can tend to plant your food all round. And then it also promotes urban farming, just like I mentioned. So now you don't have to depend on food being produced in the rural location. I can produce the food I and my family will eat and get access to it. So also we also have food access for every household, just like I mentioned. And lastly, around precision farming. So you tend to be able to control the use of chemicals into your farming, into the food you eat. As a result of that, you're also being conscious of your health in terms of food that you consume. Second is around cold chain. I mentioned that one major challenge we face is around food loss and food waste. So this is another innovative technique that is being adopted in Nigeria. I'll pick because we have 2 major people running this technology and members, and that's around cold chain storage. If you get to major markets in Nigeria, right, you tend to see rotten foods, rotten tomato, just like this, across the market. But now with the advent of this cold chain storage, a facility that allows the farmers, market women, traders to be able to store their produce and have access to fresh produce at all time, right? One challenge of Nigeria is around electricity storage system. We have poor infrastructure around that. But with the advent of this cold room storage, depending on solar energy, market women, people have access to quality vegetables, quality fruits at any time of the day, right? And it's available to these smallholder farmers in markets whereby we have them trading. So this is one major innovative solution that is driving resilience and sustainable food access and food security for people in Nigeria and also in Africa. And the benefit around it, like I mentioned, it reduces food waste and also food loss. It also preserves quality and freshness of food. And third is around ensure food availability all through the season. The third point I would also be talking about is around regenerative agriculture. This we've also seen among our members doing regenerative agriculture in the sense that promoting innovative solutions. So we have members being promoting using livestock, like planting livestock and that of crop production together on a piece of farmland, whereby the output of one is used as an input to the other facility. The second is around carbon farming, right? So this is not a new technology, but in terms of the word carbon farming, that's releasing carbon back to the soil. So members beginning to see the need why they need to continue what they've been doing in the past, crop production, agroforestry, the use of biochar, as a soil nutrient to the facility. And also will be around good agricultural practices. Trainings, several trainings aimed at helping these farmers to know that, oh, there's a need to control the use of pesticide on your farm. You don't tend to use a pesticide until there's a need for it and you've exhausted every other options around biological control. So those are some of the innovative facility. Other practices I'll skip to run through around the food ecosystem. One is around hybrid seed planting. So promotion or promoting the use of hybrid seed planting as is one. Then also around mechanized farming. So one challenge for smallholder farmers is the issue of having access to mechanized farming for their production. But we have the likes of LO Tractor that have made mechanized farming to smallholder farmers very affordable and accessible. Lastly is around the circularity model, whereby we tend to reuse, so there is no food waste or there is no farm waste. So whatever is an output can also be used as an input. We have the likes around the use of cocoa pods being used for other activities. And lastly will be around the integration of technology to solve smallholder farmers' challenges. We have the use of mobile phones now that farmers currently use to have access to inputs. Lastly, we just look at some of the initiatives by CIHLMU consulting with the CSR company to AFC, will be around the livestock production. So most people into the livestock production have always known that they just leave their cow whenever their cow gives birth, it gives birth. But now, due to the initiative by CIHLMU Consulting, we're able to introduce the use of artificial insemination to this cow to be able to produce often and to be able to produce healthy cow that could help increase production. And lastly, around the Basic 2 project. This project also looks at multiplying seed components, cassava seed components, so that we have access to all-round year cassava. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava, but then we tend to see that we have issues around continuous planting every year due to the terms of seed, quality of seed. But with this project, we tend to strengthen the availability of seed, the quality of seed through hybrid seed and seed multiplication. So these are some of the activities or some of the initiatives and perspective that is being used in Nigeria and Africa at large to promote sustainable and resilient food system. Thank you very much for this opportunity once again.
Thank you very much. Sorry, we need now to come to an end, and I see you're rushing through your presentation. Very interesting insights, and yeah, we already had this in the morning that it's like local, medium, and small scale entrepreneurs are very important actors in the food system, and that the support is very important, and not only to leave the floor to the big companies. I, in general, think we have like 5 very inspiring and interesting best practice examples from very different regions in the world. And even though all of us, we come from different contexts, we can learn a lot from each other. It would be a pleasure to have a further exchange with all of you and to learn more from each other. Yeah, I hope that we can at least provide your contact so that participants can connect with each other and get in touch with you for further questions. Now we wanted to end the symposium at 3 o'clock, but I hope you are still okay with one last question to all, best practice example speakers. Just maybe 2 sentences from each one of you to end with a positive outlook or vision for the future. I would like to ask you how you would envision a sustainable and climate resilient food system of the future. It's a big question, but maybe we can just start with Karin as in the mode we started presentation. If you have some thoughts about this. Just again, how do you envision a sustainable and climate resilient food system of the future?
Well, I think What's the goal we saw in the first half of the symposium when we talked about what's all broken, right? So like all these things should be fixed. I think like I have problems envisioning it because I think more about how we get there. And I think it's really inspiring and good to see that like we all work kind of on the same things and a little bit in the same way, like look at the tradition, work with agroecology, and so on. I think when I reflect on all these presentations, I can see the change. Like the vision would be really that these bottom-up, local, regional solutions spread to many places, and somehow we managed to scale them up and get all parts on board. I mean, you see, I have problems envisioning how it's going to work, but I think, just keep going and keep fingers crossed that we somehow get there.
Thank you. Together we can do a lot. You have like, but I don't know. I'm just handing over to Grace.
Yes, thank you. My final words are, I'm looking at us starting local and going global if we are to address food security, food and nutrition insecurity. And for our food systems to be sustainable, we also need to focus on the indigenous knowledge. Let us appreciate what we have so that we start from what we have towards what we intend to have. Thank you.
Thank you for this strong sentences. And then I'm handing over to Jennifer.
It's a big question. I think I come back to both and, because I feel like this is often a challenge in these movements of like, how do you work towards your vision? And I think there's that, I envision this flourishing of more people on the land, more connected to food, spending more time around food, especially in Western culture. It's not really part of the day. It's very short. You eat packaged food, you're trying to minimize your time and connection to that. So I think more people connected to growing their own food. Because I think from that becomes hope and value, spending time in nature. But I also think how we transition there is not only just building up that. I think it is making a bridge and helping the middle, helping mainstream industrial agriculture find a way to transition. So I think this needs to always be part of our work of including more people as much as possible and really working with existing agriculture and really supporting it to transition. So it's not maybe the most popular idea, but you know, I don't see how we can, in the time frame we have for the climate emergency, I think we really need to work very consciously on how that transition happens and making it an open, transparent process to have the dialogue about why it needs to change, and also then supporting people who are, you know, the big bad industrial producers need help to get out of that box that they're in. So that's
Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thilak, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, it is our main challenge is the bringing this into the broader people, the groups, and it is always the costly and also the resource needed. And same time, the government and the other policymakers are not sitting in the what we want to change, and because the transformation need the policy help also. That didn't work, even though the Sri Lankan government was into that, but the overnight it can't be changed. It need a process, and it is, we understood, and we know this has to be a 10 to 15 year kind of the agenda, it has to get involved many actors, and therefore, and we are thankful to our current supporters like German, the Miserio and the Bread for the World, two organizations who are supporting us, and we need the more resources to go into these changes, and we always believe it can be changed with the people. We have to trust the people, and especially into the ground level, we have to be as a very attractive actor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, Odunayo.
All right, thank you. So my takeaway will be around the need for strategic collaboration and partnership across every players across the value chain, right? We're talking about sustaining food ecosystem. It would be very bad if the players or the producers at their hand are doing well, trying to do some innovations, and then the processor on the other hand are not being innovative and not trying to see how they could work together. So there's a need for all of these value chain players and then actors to strategically come together to ensure that they're able to, so one part is not disappointing, is not failing, while the other part is doing well. So we need to come together to strengthen that value chain. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks to all the speakers today. Thanks to the best practice examples from my side. I now also invite Sarah to join in again for some last words. Handing over to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Nicola. Thanks everyone also for these very inspiring best practice examples that we were listening now during our second session. I hope that today's discussions have spotlighted some of the issues, but also some of the great opportunities that we have in transforming our food systems, and also emphasizing the role that we all have to play a role actually in moving forward to a sustainable future. I think the transformation that is required is not just about like our sustainable diets, but it's more about also a moral commitment, right, to ensure that the food remains accessible, that it remains safe and healthy, and also equitable for everyone. And that it's also ensuring that it's reducing poverty, enhancing food security globally. I think it was really great to have, or to get this dialogue started, or to continue with this dialogue also between the Global South and the Global North. This was also one of our aims that we had with this symposium, to actually engage. And I think for me personally, it is really important that this is also like a mutual learning experience for all of us, and not just about a particular part of the world deciding on regulations and on the way how to move forward to a more sustainable future, without really engaging with the rest of the world. So that is basically, I think, that is close to my heart. I think we had a really interesting day. We had really nice keynote presentations. We had really nice best practice examples. I very much enjoyed all the presentations. So I think I would just really like to thank you, the presenters, once more. Thank you for joining us, for sharing your experiences and your knowledge with us. And thank you all who have spent the day with us. It is a Saturday, it's weekend. So we are really happy that you have joined us. Thank you for your active participation, asking the questions in the Q&A. And I would also, of course, thank Nicola for being with me in that symposium, in the organization right from the beginning. And of course, also Teresa being in the background now and managing all the technical stuff and helping us with the social media marketing things. So thank you very much.